A very pleasant morning to one and all. Honorable keynote speaker Dr. S. Ravi, former chairman BSc India. Distinguished speakers Mr. Anand Mohan Bajaj, additional Deputy Comptroller and Auditor General of India. Mr. Rahul Himalayan, Director, IRCTC. Respected Principal Sir, Professor Vipin Kumar Agarwal. Esteemed faculty members and my dear students. On behalf of the Department of Commerce, Shri Aurobindo College, University of Delhi, I, Mini Narang, and my dear colleague, Dr. Shasta Gupta, feel thoroughly honored in welcoming you all to the inaugural session of the ICSSR-sponsored International Conference on Envisioning India as a Global Leader under G20 Presidency. This conference has been planned to discuss and deliberate upon the plethora of ideas and path-breaking initiatives revealed by India's G20 presidency for national and global development. Our conference has been divided into 4 main technical sessions: dynamics of economic environment, trade and investment, digital transformation, international relations and multilateral reforms, and inclusive growth. The present session will lay the foundation for the cognition and contemplation of pertinent issues in each of the aforesaid categories. And at this very point, I am thrilled to announce that we have received over 350 registrations from scholars, paper presenters, delegates, faculty members, and students from across different regions, making the organization of this conference all the more worthy and meaningful.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about India, the voice of the global south, the bright spot, the fastest growing nation, the 5th largest economy, and the 3rd largest digitalized country, which has superseded a lot of nations in terms of both inflation and growth numbers. As we all know, recently Indian markets overtook Hong Kong to become the world's 4th largest equity market with a valuation of 4.33 trillion US dollars. This year, according to the IMF, India has been contributing to 15% of global growth. It is projected to become the world's 3rd largest economy by 27-28 and is aiming to achieve the status of a developed country, popularly known as Viksit Bharat, by 2047. This is the time when the entire global economy is echoing with the success of our nation, and thus, clearly, the happening of this conference at this juncture is extremely desirable and will certainly carve an indelible mark for our students, faculty, college, and the university. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And thus, with an aim to explore new possibilities and perspectives about India's growth story, let us set the stage for illuminating deliberations with customary lamp lighting. Light and brightness have always been equated with positivity and motivation and are seen as harbinger of the good. To start us off on this auspicious note, we will now have the lamp lighting ceremony. With this, I take the privilege of requesting our honorable dignitaries to kindly come forward and mark the beginning of this program by lighting the lamp.
हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ।
हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ।
Thank you, respected dignitaries. Now I request everybody to please rise for the university's Kulgeet.
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम
श्रेष्ठ सुंदर दिव्य दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय विहंगम
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम सकल वसुधा निज कुटुंब की भावना संस्कृति सनातन आधुनिक शिक्षा पुरातन ज्ञान धाराओं का संगम
देश की स्वाधीनता हित भूमिका शतकोटि वंदन
निष्ठा धृति सत्यम के मंगल दिव्य भावों का समागम
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम
भव्य महाविद्यालयों के परिसरों से चिर सुशोभित श्रेष्ठ गुरुजन कर रहे नित्य छात्र और छात्राएं दीक्षित
सदचरित्राचार पावन साधना संकल्प संयम
नवल वैश्विक चेतना नव क्रांति संस्कारों का उद्गम जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम
श्रेष्ठ सुंदर दिव्य दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय विहंगम
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम
ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम
ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम
ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम
Thank you, honorable dignitaries, for doing the honors. Thank you so much. Commencing the session with warm welcome of our esteemed guests, I request our principal sir, Professor Vipin Kumar Agarwal, to kindly felicitate our keynote speaker, Dr. S. Ravi, former chairperson, BSc India, with a small token of appreciation and gratitude. Thank you, sir. I would now like to invite Professor Subhanjali Chopra to present a small token of appreciation and gratitude to Mr. Anand Mohan Bajaj, Additional Deputy Comptroller and Auditor General of India, Government of India. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. May I now request Professor Anjali Bhatnagar to welcome Mr. Rahul Himalayan, Director, IRCTC, with a small token of gratitude. I would like to invite Mrs. Asha Kiran Gupta, Teacher in Charge, Department of Commerce, to kindly come forward and felicitate our respected principal, Professor Vipin Kumar Agarwal, sir, with a representation of our respect and admiration for him. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
John Quincy Adams once said, and I quote, "If your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader." This saying perfectly aligns with our leader, our respected principal, sir, Professor Vipin Kumar Agarwal, who believes in leading from the front. It is the outcome of his relentless pursuit of knowledge creation and dissemination that our college has been scaling new heights with each passing day. And likewise, this conference too is the result of his great vision and able guidance. Sir, you are our role model and our greatest source of inspiration. I sincerely request you to please open the conference deliberations with your opening remarks. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, my dear colleagues and dear students, it's my great pleasure and privilege to stand here and welcome our very three important distinguished guests. Mr. Anand Mohan Bajaj, I distinctly remember the day when I went to his office to invite him for our first conference, and at that time he was Additional Secretary, Ministry of Finance, Government of India, and half an hour we devoted to in his office, but throughout those 30 minutes, his one eye was on his files, and the other he was talking with us. With all his good hospitality which he offered to us in his office, and the way he spoke with us, and he readily accepted our invitation, this shows his love and affection with the students, with the university community. He being an alumnus of the University of Delhi, this shows his interest in the University of Delhi. And sir, I'm really thankful to you for sparing your time and coming for our students or in our seminar. This is his second presence in this for the seminar, the second seminar which he is attending. The other very important distinguished guest and equally important is Mr. S. Rabi. Again, I would say, I remember the time when I went to his office first time. He's having chartered accountancy firms, large chartered accountancy firms, having offices throughout the country. More than 150 chartered accountants worked with him. And he come all the way from the third floor or the fourth from his office to downstairs to see us off. This shows the humbleness of a person. This shows how so great you may be. But if you are a humble, that is the big quality of a human being that makes you great. So what I want for our students is that they must learn these qualities of these two people who are with us. And the third speaker for the day is Director, I'm sorry, it's my first meeting with him, Rahul Himalin. He's the Director IRCTC. Unfortunately, this is my first meeting with him, I'm sure. But as we'll often meet, we'll learn a lot about him, and our student will get inspired from these people who are here today with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are organizing this event at a time when originally this event was being planned. That time, India was at the fag end of the presidency of the G20. That's why we kept this topic, envisaging India as a global leader under G20 presidency. We put our proposal in the ICSR because we are the university system. We are having lack of funds. We applied there for under this topic, and ICSR readily sponsored this event for us. So the topic remains same. But by and large, today's discussion will be revolving around, in these 2 days, the discussion will revolve around how India can become a global leader by 2047. Means still we are a global leader, but by 2047, India can develop as a developed economy. This is the challenge. This is the motive of our Prime Minister. This is the challenge which we have given to the countrymen, and I'm sure that all of us, the youth of this country, if they will follow the right path, India, I'm no hesitation in my mind that India will be a developed country. So ladies and gentlemen, let me take out a few points. Today we stand as a pivotal moment in history where destiny of a nation hangs in the balance. India, a land of diversity, culture, and resilience, has long been recognized for its potential on the global stage. Yet, it is now time for us to not just envisage, but actively shape India's trajectory as a global leader and a developed nation. As we embark on this journey, it is imperative to recognize the challenges that lie ahead. From poverty to inequality, from infrastructural gaps to environmental degradation, our path is strewn with obstacles. However, it is precisely in overcoming these challenges that India will find its true greatness. To envision India as a global leader, we must focus on the fostering innovation and entrepreneurship. India is a home to some of the brightest minds of the world, and by providing them with the right support and resources, we can unleash a wave of creativity and ingenuity which will propel our nation forward. Investing in research and development, promoting a culture of risk-taking, and nurturing a vibrant startup ecosystem will be the key in driving innovation-led growth. But our vision for India goes beyond just economic prosperity. It is about building a society that is inclusive, equitable, and sustainable. This means investing in our people, in their health, education, and well-being. It means empowering women, harnessing the potential of the youth, and bridging the gap between rural and urban India. Moreover, as we aspire to become a global leader, we must also be mindful of our responsibilities on the international stage. India has a rich tradition of diplomacy and has always championed the cause of peace and cooperation. We must continue to play a pivotal role in addressing global challenges such as climate change, terrorism, and recent challenges of pandemics, while also safeguarding our national interests. In order to realize this vision, we must embrace a spirit of collaboration and partnership. Government, industry, civil society, and citizens, we all have a role to play in shaping India's future. By working together, we can harness the collective potential of our nation and overcome even the most daunting of challenges. As we look ahead, let us not be bound by the constraints of the present, but rather let us dare to dream of what India can become. A beacon of hope and progress, a model of development and democracy, a global leader in every sense of the word. This journey will be a long journey and arduous, but we true to our vision and remain steadfast in our resolve. I have no doubt that India will emerge stronger and more prosperous than ever before. So with these words, friends, I'm setting the ball rolling for this seminar, and I'm sure these three speakers, distinguished speakers, will give you an insight, because these are the practitioners who are practicing in the industry. They are seeing from the insides what is happening in the nation and what the government is doing, what the private sector is doing for the development of the nation. And I'm sure under their able guidance to you, that you will learn a lot what you can do, because as the government is focusing, not only you look for the job, but you try to be innovative, you try to be an entrepreneur. And I'm sure if the youth of the country will be entrepreneurs, or more and more entrepreneurs we are able to develop, the country will progress very fast. And in the end, I'll be failing in my duty if I fail to congratulate and put my thanks to the organizers led by Professor Shubhanjali Chopra, Professor Anjali, and all other able team of the Commerce Department, his teacher in charge, Dr. Asha Gupta, and all the colleagues for making this program a success, I'm sure, because as I can see that the way the event is starting, I'm sure we will have two very fruitful days of discussion, and many things, new things will come up, that how India can emerge as a global leader in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of encouragement and for sharing numerous insights into India's story. Your words have not only set a profound tone for our event, but have also inspired all of us to engage deeply in the forthcoming sessions. Your leadership continues to be a beacon of inspiration for all of us. Thank you so much, sir. May we now have the distinct honor and privilege of hearing from our distinguished speaker, Mr. Anand Mohan Bajaj, Additional Deputy Comptroller and Auditor General, Government of India. Mr. Anand Mohan Bajaj belongs to the 1990 batch of Indian Audit and Account Service and brings more than 33 years of experience in the field of finance, auditing, regulation of financial markets, and economic affairs. He is a CPA, USA, and a chartered accountant. He is currently Additional Deputy Comptroller and Auditor General of India. He is in charge of government audits of Bihar, Jharkhand, Odisha, and West Bengal, and is also the Chief Technology Officer of the Institution of CAG of India. He is in charge of making the government audit process more efficient and effective through a state-of-the-art end-to-end automation of every stage of the audit process workflow. Previously, he has held the position of Additional Secretary in the Department of Economic Affairs in the Ministry of Finance. There, he headed the Financial Markets Division, where his important responsibilities included policy matters relating to development and regulation of the securities market in India, foreign portfolio investments and other inflows policy, and development and regulation of the International Financial Service Center at Gift City near Gandhinagar, Gujarat. Previously, he has also held positions such as Chair of the Audit Operations Committee of the United Nations Board of Auditors at New York, and Joint Secretary Financial Markets, Director External Markets at the Ministry of Finance, Government of India. Sir, we feel fortunate to have solicited your presence for this session. I courteously invite you to share your thoughts on the event's theme with us. Please, sir.
Principal Sir, Professor Vipin Kumar Agrawal, Dr. S. Ravi, Mr. Rahul Himalayan, Shubhanjali, my friend and batchmate from Delhi University. It's always homecoming to come back to Delhi University in any function, any event. I passed from Delhi University, AMCOM 1990, so I recall those days. And Principal Sir mentioned that always whenever he wanted, I was there. You know, once you are from Delhi University, any professor or principal's words become our order. So it's always that feeling in mind. And today, the topic also is very, very appealing under the G20 presidency. In fact, I was associated with the deliberations of G20 in India. We also conducted one of the attachment groups meeting in Goa, where I was the lead speaker in the G20. And what all India has done, I think it was tremendous. So you all would have seen from the newspapers and various things, the achievement which India had during its G20 presidency is not talked by everybody in the world, whether it is the inclusion of African Union as a member or various multilateral initiatives, global biofuel, etc., etc. I don't have to go into those details. But the topic which is very, very dear to me, because it was mentioned also, I am also the Chief Technology Officer of the institution of the CAG of India. And I would detail you. So I am also involved in various technology and digital transformation initiatives in the government of India. And as a student, most of you are a student here, I can see that. It would be good to know what all we have done. And most of it is not in public domain. But you feel that. I'll, in fact, take you through some of the examples, and then you will see what all we have done. And we have one of the digital success story in railways, that is IRCTC. I think Rahul will certainly dwell on that. So let me take you first little bit on the digital transformation which has happened in India, and then I will do my duty as the CTO of the institution of CAG of India to tell you what all we have done. And I was telling the principal that after 1 year or so, for the government audit, and we employ about 45,000 permanent staff in our institution with about 150 offices all over India. And auditing responsibility include right from all ministries of the government to the defense forces, military, railways, up to the level of state government, district magistrate, block development officer, panchayat raj institution. Everywhere we have to do, including the University of Delhi and colleges. So we do a lot of risk assessment and digital initiatives, and what all we do, what all we are doing. And I was telling that in 1 year's time, maybe we will stop buying paper altogether. So what all and how we are doing all this, I'll just tell you. I think I would like to take about 10 minutes to cover everything. First of all, I think in India scale, if you see what digital transformation has come about in Government of India, let's dwell 1 or 2 minutes on that. Many of you or most of you would have heard about India Stack. You know, what all started as Aadhaar, and that was in 2010 or 11 initiative. And then when Aadhaar was widespread and it was fully established, the next big game changer was UPI in India. And UPI in India is such a success story that many of the advanced countries want to, get that technology transferred to them. And then came our eKYC. Mr. Ravi, being chairman of BSc for quite some time, would probably agree that what eKYC has done in the financial market. And then the fourth big pillar of digital transformation in India, to my mind, is DigiLocker. I don't know whether you all are using DigiLocker. Now we can store all our important and precious documents in DigiLocker, and really such a level of security, because I am again from inside as CTO in one of the major government departments. I can tell you what all layers of security and things are involved there. It's always safe. So this has really enhanced. Our India Stack is all about enhancement of our digital footprint, but also financial inclusion. Now you see, all of you must be seeing the change. Even a fruit vendor accept your Paytm. How? Because now everybody has Jan Dhan account. The jam trinity, which we very, very popularly say, is actually, we can see that in full display at work. You know, every department in the government of India, every department has its digital transformation projects, program, initiatives. To take any department, they have their own. Just think of it, what all development will happen. And now I will just give you example of first my department. So I represent before you from the institution of the CAG of India. What we do? We are the supreme audit institution of India. We also do the account keeping of the state governments. We don't do account keeping of the central government. For that there is a separate institution. Now imagine for audit, now I would say good old days, because now things have changed completely. For audit purpose, and our audit, Mr. Ravi, chartered accountant, our audit is a little different from the normal, conventional, commercial audit which chartered accountants do. We not only do the balance sheet and accounts audit, we have mandate from the Constitution of India to go beyond and go into the efficiency of expenditure and effectiveness of expenditure. So we question whether your scheme you spent 10,000 rupees, what is your outcome? The CA do not question the outcome. The CA would be satisfied if that 10,000 is properly classified, presented, and brought in the financial statements. But we question and we ask that why you have spent 10,000, what is your outcome? And whether your outcome is commensurate with the objective or intention or sanction behind that amount. So that is the mandate given to the CAG by the Constitution of India. Now what used to happen? Our audit team will visit any office of the government, would ask for all the records, files, and they would go through those, and sometimes you also have to gather evidence, right? Because our reports go to the Parliament of India. We present every report of the CAG is presented to the President of India for central government or governor of a state. And it is then their responsibility to present it before the Parliament or the state legislature. So then there are discussions. There are committees of Parliament which will call us and will call the Relevant Secretary of the Government of India for discussion. We need to many times present the evidence behind our audit observations. So the audit team would request that please get me photocopy of this, photocopy of that, things like that. Then your file, record sometime will, not be found. All these used to be the case. Now what happens? Every audit team, and I'm talking about 45,000 staff, over 150 of audit offices. I'll just give you an example of my department, and similar things are happening in every department. And we can go into that. Now what happens? Now every audit team of 2 or 3 persons, they go with state-of-the-art scanner facility in their laptop, which is a very high quality scanning app which is tailor-made for us. And they would scan all the files and records in about half day, which we used to do in 3-4 days. Now the entire audit process has been automated. After scanning, in their laptop, the audit team, and it's all connected. So 45,000 laptops connected to a central server. Just imagine. So the audit team would discuss, deliberate, issue their preliminary observations to the office head, and a copy goes to the central server. It's fully documented. Nobody can tamper with anything. No observation or record can be deleted because it's all digital. And everybody has rights to access based on their own level and all need. Right? I am at a higher level, but the audit team supervisor sitting in Lucknow, for example, if it is UP, would see what all they are doing, what all records they have seen, what all records they have not seen. Now this is very important, because CBI comes after 5 years and tell us, please tell me for this office what you have seen, what you have not seen. If you have not seen, why you have not seen? If you have seen, what are your findings? So far in a manual system, there used to be some evasive reply, ye dekha, ye nahi dekha, kyon nahi dekha. Now, everything is documented. Even after 5 years, 10 years, we can, in any inquiry or anywhere, now it's all supported by evidences. The data documentation is perfect. Now, they are auditing in the field, and I told you their supervisor sitting in Lucknow is also monitoring what they are doing. The preliminary observation, or what we say audit query or audit, is issued by that system online to the audited entity. Now, most of the audited entities are also digitally transformed. And they would respond their audit query, and that will also be captured in our system. The system is called OIOS, what we have developed in the Government of India Audit Department. It's one INAD, that is Indian Audit and Accounts Department, one system. It's one system all over India for 45,000 people. Now that is documented. The discussion within the team is documented. What records, files, documents we have seen is all captured. What we have seen, why we have not seen, that the team has to record. And then the first draft audit report, which is issued to the Secretary Government of India, is issued out of the system. So there is manual intervention to edit or see the English or materiality, etc., etc. But now, even sitting at home, I can work. And there is no fear that there is a very important audit observation or objection coming up. For some reason, somebody is accessing that file. That fear is not there. It is only accessed by the people who would access. Nobody can delete those records. They are permanent records forever. Whenever there is any inquiry or anywhere, it's always there. No, such kind of transformation has happened in Government Audit Department. Now every staff member has their own system, endpoint device. What we are also going to introduce is further refinement, and also right up to my level, what time we have taken in processing or accepting or rejecting an audit observation is all stamped. I can't help it. Earlier, I had the luxury that, Lucknow office or Patna office or Chennai office has sent me some draft audit report. I can sit over it for months. I'll do it at my leisure. No, I can't. When they send it, it is from that system only, OIOS. It is not through email or physical. And that is already in my inbox. What time I have devoted, how much time I have worked on that is also stamped and recorded. You can't do anything. Just imagine the integrity of the system, the efficiency of the system, and the effectiveness with which this system will bring on the auditing work in Government of India. So this is one example. Now what we have further, I will say, we have been using artificial intelligence now in a big way. We have been using drone technology for audit purpose. Recently, there would be a report which should be published very soon. We have used drone to tell the legislature about quality of roads in Punjab and Haryana. That throughout the highway, the drone has moved and we have captured, and that data we have then analyzed in our central server to see what quality of roads are there and have been built at what cost, in what patch, what segment of the road. We have used drone and GIS mapping, and also the Google Earth. We have collaborated with them at a central level to use their high quality business data to find out, for example, Harmu River in Jharkhand. What used to be the Harmu River's position 50 years back, 30 years back? 50 years back we had limited photographs, but 20 years back we had almost entire stretch. And now, what kind of encroachments and things have happened? That report is now coming in the this thing. We have used that. We have used artificial intelligence to tell the Government of India about effectiveness of the PM Awas Yojana. The same person, once you allot the house, there is a photograph taken with the owner, which has been given the house, in front of the house. Largely, they are done very well. I would say most of the houses are actually, this is a very successful scheme of the Government of India. As an auditor, I am telling. But we have found there are all kinds of people everywhere at lower level in India. So we have found with the image matching software technique which we use in our central server using the machine learning technique, that the same person with beard, with specs sometime, and with various other things is being photographed in front of dozens of houses. So this is clearly the leakage and defalcation. So I'm saying that digital transformation, which is one of your theme of this conference, what all has happened in Government of India. I just mentioned you some examples of the audit department. We have miles to go. In fact, I was reading one of the very recent report, which was titled State of India's Digital Economy 2024. This report has been published by ICRIER. You know, the UN and many agencies have a comparative rating of how digitized you are. And India was always in hundreds. But this report, and that was, I'll just take one more minute. So that was always on the basis of average use of digital data. This report published by ICRIER tells you that India is the third digitized nation in the world after US and China. Now, ICRIER report, and it is in public domain, ICRIER report goes into the depth of use of digital technology by Indian institutions, corporate, factories, government, and other entities. And that measures how actually digitized you are, in addition to just average use of digital technology. So if we are, ladies and gentlemen, if we are the third most digital country in the world, you can imagine, and I can tell you very clearly, if there is just such, again, time to meet you sometime after 5 years, just 4 or 5 years, you will see how digital we have become. And that is all I would say at present. We are all working together. You are all students with a very, very bright future, I must say, because country has lot to offer in various streams, various things, and we are being watched. I have visited about 60 countries in the world. We are being watched by everybody now. And they are looking at India as serious, you know, and sincere player in the world stage with their digital power, with their mind power, with their economy growing. 5 years, as I mentioned, we would become the third largest economy in the world. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you so much, sir. Your address has certainly provided us with a deeper understanding of India's path to global leadership, specifically in context of digitalization. Thank you so much, sir. I am elated to have the opportunity to welcome our keynote speaker. Before that, I would like to request all the students and faculty to please maintain the decorum of the hall and not make any movements if possible. Thank you. As I was saying, I am elated to have the opportunity to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. S. Ravi, founder and managing partner, Ravi Rajan and Company, LLP. Dr. Ravi is a practicing chartered accountant, having nearly 4 decades of years of experience. He has served as the chairman of BSE Limited and of UTI Trustee Company Private Limited, and is also registered as an insolvency resolution professional with IBBI. His present board positions include both listed and unlisted companies. Some among them are Chairman, Tourism Finance Corporation of India Limited, Chairman, SpaceNet Enterprises India Limited, Director, Aditya Birla Health Insurance Company Limited, and Director, 361 Asset Management Limited, to name a few. In the past as well, he has served on the boards and board committees of over 40 prestigious institutions, including insurance companies, a number of public sector banks, and public sector enterprises like BHEL, HAL, and ONGC. Speaking of the past, it is not to be missed that in 2003, he was appointed by the Government of India and Reserve Bank of India as the chairman of the Technical Experts Committee for Strategic Turnaround of Punjab and Sindh Bank. Most importantly, CAS Ravi is also the founder of Ravi Rajan and Company LLP, and this firm has catered to over 1,000 clients in the past 34 years and is presently impaneled with RBI, CAG, EPFO, and various other premier financial institutions. Last but not the least, sir, it is our sheer privilege to have you amongst us. I request you to kindly illuminate the gathering with your profound knowledge and expertise. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming him to the podium.
Professor Agrawal, sir. Mr. Bajaj, whom I know, Mr. Rahul, and then, of course, Mrs. Chopra, and all of you present here. First of all, good morning to everybody. How the world is changing is, I can tell you, on my right hand is the pad, writing pad, and the left hand, it's a digital slate. My son tells me, you must change from this to this, and that is what I think Bajaj Saab very clearly articulated the digital aspect of it, right from UPI to the whole space, the artificial intelligence, and now ONDC, which is going to be, you're seeing all the purchases that you're doing, all the commerce activities that you're doing through an open network source is ONDC. So I think the digital space is visibly moving very fast and rapid, and that's for sure. And your writing pen will be all replaced by stylus, etc., etc. So the digital space is going to change, and we'll have to catch up. And I think the younger generation is more tuned in to do so. We still are with this type of writing pads, which we need to replace with this. So that's what I have to say. Now, coming to G20 and what it is. Basically, there are a lot of things that G20 has, sort of envisaged. First and foremost, the digital part, which I'm not going into too much detail, because Mr. Bajaj has actually spoken about it. But you look at gender equality, the COP20, which actually talks of gender equality, which is 2014 the accord was made, and then of course the gender equality, and you see, and Mr. Bajaj would have witnessed it, all this means changes in the LODR guideline in the first 500 companies, woman director being compulsory, and so there is a lot of push in that direction too. So the gender equality was a concern to India and to the globe, but I think what steps we have taken in terms of even regulation, and some through good practices, and also involving women in various aspects. I think the gender equality has gained a lot of momentum, and I think it's going to be way forward, and I think there are commitments in 2030 and 2040 on certain parameters on gender equality, and that's a very right step, and I think we are moving towards that. So I think that's one aspect of G20. The second aspect of G20 is the sustainability part. Well, sustainability is one thing, it can range from anywhere to anywhere. I have been an auditor of IREDA, Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency, and I did this audit 20 years ago, and life has its cycle, and now I became the auditor after 20 years back again. I saw what the change has happened. The whole solar space has changed. I remember in 92 or 93, there was this subsidy given for anybody to put solar. Still it exists. 100% depreciation was brought in to tell people, advertisements were made, and we had these heavy solar panels which worked at 30% capacity, and today you are seeing IREDA, which got listed, just recently listed, has really changed the ecosystem that prevails in the solar space. And you see every big organization, the type of investment between 2009 and 2018-20, 20 billion has come into the solar space only on solar, rooftop solar, which is a publicized thing. It's being propagated by government. That has also taken a lot of forward leap, I must say, though we are far behind the target on solar. And I think what we need to do is, everybody of you, each citizen has to play a role. What is the advantage of a solar rooftop? You cut your electricity bill, you are providing it to the grid, and of course you are getting clean energy. But how does it work? It works when all the citizens and all the stakeholders work together. It is not only about the government, but it is about everybody realizing that they have to put a solar top. Everybody, when you go home, you should ask whoever it is, why is there no solar rooftop in my house? And that is what I think we should bring it. That is how progress will happen. And that is where our 2047 vision of clean energy, 90% being dependent on renewable energy, that will be achieved. And the energy independence which Viksit Bharat is talking of can only be achieved when all the stakeholders play a role. Government will play its role, the private sector will play the role, the citizens have to play a role, and that is my view, that everybody has to play a role as far as getting India to a clean energy space. So, coming to sustainability back again, solar is one part of it, but there is this carbon-free environment. There is a commitment on carbon-free environment. There is also a commitment on methane-free environment. I am talking on a very little technical thing. I was addressing Ministry of Petroleum a few days ago. We had a big seminar. There was a conference in Goa also, where we talked of methane-free India. There is this huge commitment by 2030 that methane-free India will be there. So all this will bring a climate change. And that is why this 2047 vision? Because we are participating in the global movement for climate change, which is going to harm us all. You see, it's very practical. You can see the seasons nowadays. Why such a severe winter in January? It was supposed to be October, November, December, January finished. There is a change. Why? Sudden avalanche. Why? So there are no patterns to this, because the patterns have absolutely got disturbed because we have misused the ecosystem. And that is what I feel, that we need to bring in a lot of balance. And this balance can be done by carbon-free, methane-free, green coal. Green coal, what is green coal? It is not green, but it is just carbon-free. So I think hydrogen, green hydrogen, these are new things. And for you all youngsters, this is the area. I was looking at, the ecosystem that is prevalent, the type of innovation that is happening, the type of invention that is happening, the type of opportunity that is there, because to achieve this 2047, we have so it is not only the big oil companies or the big companies which will play a role, but also technology will play a role, the drone technology will play a role, and so many things will happen. And you can be part of an incubator, you can be a part of an accelerator, and means India has about 800 incubators at this point of time, and 800 incubators want young people with young ideas, with new ideas to come in and move forward. I think that is the most important aspect of it. So I was talking of carbon-free, methane-free. I'll give you one example which as an accountant, I was ignorant of the technical aspects, but we did a project in Varanasi. It is very interesting. We collected all the municipal waste. Now, how difficult is it to collect a municipal waste as big as a city in Varanasi? All the local constituents have to agree to that. On a particular day, it has to move to a certain particular storage space. Then we process it and then make green coal out of it. Everyday affair, every day. And it's not easy because there is zero tolerance. And there is, now what happens to the bottles? The plastic bottles that come along with the waste? How do you address that? So then there is a technology how to address that. So what happens is, if you look at a larger objective, there will be side objectives and opportunities for everybody. And I think that is what is very important, how to seize the opportunity. So this is one example that we had. Now I remember in 2016 we were talking of this truck drivers spending too much time on the transportation time. So every toll would take time. Then came this FASTag. You go across, you pay less money, you don't pay a big amount, big KYC. Why? Because people are not conscious about even the password. How many of us change the password once in 3 months? We leave it, we once do a password and leave it. And we think it is over, nobody will do anything. Are we doing this? So we are not doing that. So I think there are cyber security, there are self-governing things which IT governance does bring in, and of course data privacy. The bill has been passed last year and the rules are getting in. Data privacy means I have to protect your data. Suppose I have some data of yours. It is my responsibility as an organization to protect your data. Suppose the list of students is leaked out tomorrow. It's the duty of the university to protect. If my organization, if there is a leak of data, it is my responsibility to protect. So there are responsibilities that are coming along with digitalization, because cyber security is going to be the key challenge as we move forward. And I think this is something that we'll have to live with. We have to work, like it is said that the hackers work 6 months in advance of what the new laws are going to be. So we are playing the catch-up game all the time. I think it is important that the next, all youngsters like you all, really, be very careful. There's this new company that has come with cyber security, which is going to be launched, where, each person will have a software to verify if your data is getting leaked. So I think there are a lot of things that will happen, and we are growing at a very good pace, and there are many reforms that are coming in. And I think we need to be, as all stakeholders, we have to contribute to the growth of the nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your in-depth analysis of India's strategic policies focusing on gender equality, sustainable development, green ecosystem, digitalization, legal compliances, cyber security, global togetherness, and One India has provided us with a comprehensive understanding of the roadmap ahead. Thank you for such an outstanding keynote address. Thank you so much. Moving on, I am pleased to introduce our second distinguished speaker, Mr. Rahul Himalayan, Director, IRCTC. Mr. Rahul Himalayan is a senior officer from the Indian Railway Traffic Services. He assumed the charge of being a Director, Tourism and Marketing at IRCTC on February 16, 2024, spearheading the travel, tourism and IT businesses of Indian Railways. He graduated in Bachelor's of Technology in Electrical Engineering from National Institute of Technology, Hamirpur as the gold medalist. He further pursued Masters of Technology from IIT Delhi, where he was again awarded with the President's Gold Medal. Being a distinguished traffic services officer, before assuming the post of director at IRCTC, He held posts in operating and commercial areas in the Western Railways and Southeastern Railways and had 2 stints of deputation in IRCTC, first as Additional General Manager in Tourism for 5 years and then as Group General Manager in the West Zone, Mumbai. Sir, I request you to please come forward and share your views about the topic with us. Thank you.
Internal Yoga, the philosophy of Shri Aurobindo Ghosh, was born on the 15th of August, coincidentally, 1872, emphasizes the evolution of human and spiritual consciousness towards the divine life, which harmonizes the material and spiritual aspects of life. A century later, Shri Aurobindo College was established in 1972, which emulates this ideology and embodies his ideas of integral education. The college has indeed developed into a vibrant campus, nurturing students as future nation makers by means of all-rounded development. Good morning, distinguished guests on the dais, Professor Vipin Kumar Agarwal, Principal, Shri Aurobindo College, Mr. Anand Mohan Bajaj, Additional Deputy Comptroller and Auditor General of India, and Dr. S. Ravi, former BSc Chairman. Revered faculty members, dear delegates, and dear students who are the future nation makers. It is indeed a great honor as well as pleasure for me today to be a part of this ICSSR-sponsored 2-day international conference on envisioning India as a global leader under G20 Presidency, organized by the Department of Commerce, Shri Aurobindo College, University of Delhi. Now, as I stand here today, my aim is to incite your thought process, because each individual is a powerhouse of energy and performance. I have been, and all of you have been benefits and recipients of the 2 distinguished speakers a while ago. So I would like to start with a saying of Socrates, a famous Greek philosopher, that I know that I don't know, but they don't know that they don't know. So this is here starts the essence of humility, the acceptance of learning, and a childlike inquisitive mind. You can only learn if your mind, the doors are open to receive. So during the presidency of the elite G20 Club of Nations, before I reach that, I would like to again congratulate the team of Shri Aurobindo College for providing a common platform for the policymakers, industry experts, and the thought leaders to engage in a common dialogue on Bharat's increasing stature as a global leader in the context of recently concluded G20 presidency. Today, India is the largest democracy and also the 5th largest economy in the world. Our rise as a major economic and political power in the globe has earned us the reputed and coveted presidency of the elite club of G20 nations in 2023. As we all say that Rome was not built in a day, India's rise as a global power has been a story of eternal perseverance, battling all odds during the last 76 years of its independence. And there is much more to go. But things which are typical to India, like I said earlier also, is spirituality. India coined one of the first cursors of global citizenship, that is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means the whole world is one family, and stresses the philosophy that all individuals are collectively responsible towards each other and their shared values. So with this cursor came the 5 essential pillars of Samman, dignity, Samvad, dialogue, Samriddhi, shared prosperity, Suraksha, regional and global security, and Sanskriti evam Sabhyata, cultural and civilizational links. So today India's soft power, cultural and political diplomacy has been, India has been able to definitely establish itself as an upcoming world leader. So this is one part about G20. As I go on, I will keep emphasizing, because if we think, sometimes the power of thinking and power of thought process, that is the intent, starts the intent of performance. I will keep giving you my experience, because sometime back in the civil services, I belong to the Indian Railway Traffic Services, we had CMCTP. CMCTP is a common mid-career training program. I was the first batch to attend that. So they taught many things. So I will keep sharing with you so that the things remain with you. One of them is listening to the unsaid. We always listen to the person who comes in front of us, what he is saying. But what he is not saying, we should be able to listen as a leader. And remember, a good leader is one who makes leaders out of his followers. You should, that institute always does and all. So listening to the unsaid is one thing. Now talking about IRCTC. I assumed the charge of Director Tourism and Marketing, IRCTC, just on 16 February, but IRCTC is not new for me. I have served in the Indian Railway Catering and Tourism Corporation in 2 stints of 5 years each, so almost 10 years of experience on deputation basis, looking after tourism and as a Group General Manager, West Zone. So in IRCTC, basically there are, you can say, 4 broad wings. One is the Internet Ticketing, IT wing, then Tourism, Catering and Rail Need. So I'll cover them one by one, what IRCTC is doing, how it is standing by the principles, the spirit and the essence of G20, and also digitalization. So first I would speak about the IT business. IRCTC was established on 27 September 1999. At that time, in 2002, only 27 tickets were printed, and we had a share of less than 10% in the entire rail ticketing business. Now we have reached up to more than 12 lakh tickets on a daily basis, with a share of 82% of the rail ticketing business. So these figures are like, we have gone up to 16 lakh tickets printed. Then we have got around 70 lakh logins on a daily basis. And this e-commerce website is known as the second largest e-commerce website in the world after Amazon. And the number of tickets booked have almost reached 28,515 in a minute. So with these concepts, the internet ticketing business of IRCTC also goes for many other digitalization concepts, like introduction of paperless and cashless ticketing, 100% cashless transactions, the IRCTC iPay aggregator model, introduction of e-wallet. On 8th November 2013, IRCTC launched the online travel insurance from 1st September 2016 and the Ask Disha chatbot. So there are many things. You should also appreciate the fact that IRCTC is an extended catering, tourism and travel arm of Indian Railways. So it always bears the social conscience. Like at present, we are doing the Astha Ayodhya trains. There are 30 trains. It will always call upon IRCTC. It will not call any private player. So IRCTC does not have that profit margin concept. It also has that social conscience. As you said, like this event is also being sponsored by the Indian Council of Social Science Research. So second is the catering. We have a large catering business. We almost cater to 18 lakh meals on a daily basis on trains or on stations. On trains, we have various kinds of trains like Rajdhani, Shatabdi, Duronto, Tejas, Vande Bharat. Vande Bharat has reached the figure of almost 82 trains right now. In the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav concept, they had the concept of reaching 75 trains before the Independence Day last year. So we have touched the figure of 81, and everything is the epitome of progress and prosperity we are going towards. And to the static units, there are various janhas, refreshment rooms, food plazas, fast food units. And then we have to give competition to ourselves also. So we have got this concept of e-catering, that people who do not want to purchase from the railway pantry car and all, they can go for e-catering and all. Whichever station the train is passing through, on the IRCTC Rail Track app, you will get the options of various aggregators and restaurants and all. So the e-catering business itself has almost reached 10 times itself in the last 3 years, and is reaching around 31 crores with average 2 crore meals booked, 2 crore orders booked. So this was about catering. There's a lot of digitalization coming up in base kitchens, and now tenders have been come up because a concern of catering is always there in the mindset of the passengers. So next is Rail Need. In Rail Need, Rail Need is the only packaged drinking water across entire India which is sold at rupees 15 per bottle, per liter. So in this also we have reached a capacity of 18 lakh liters per day, which is going to be enhanced to 25. So this was, I'm just giving a brief concept. Now tourism I'll come, since I'm looking after tourism and internet ticketing and marketing. In tourism, there are certain spurts in which IRCTC became famous. One was the Bharat Darshan, or also called Village on Wheels. We started way back, was 500 rupees per passenger, per person per day, including accommodation, sightseeing, meals, as well as GST. So it was all inclusive. Now we have a wide range. We have Bharat Gaurav trains, which epitomizes the concept of Ek Bharat Shresht Bharat, Dekho Apna Desh, Incredible India. So this Bharat Gaurav trains are, we are entering into MOU with various states like Uttarakhand government, Chhattisgarh government, Odisha government, Goa government. So like this, we are running trains which are capturing the essence of Incredible India. Second is outbound packages. Then domestic air packages. We have entered into air ticketing IRCTC in a big way in 2012. Still we do around 65 to 70% of rail-based business and 30-35% of thing. So another thing is Maharaja Express. Our Maharaja's Express is the, if you have not experienced, if you get a chance to at least see it, it is one of the most luxurious trains of the world. It has got more than 10 awards, and it is an experience where you will think whether it is 7-star or 7-star plus. So this train is housed in Delhi Safdarjung, and it runs 5 itineraries across Delhi to Bombay. Why is it called Maharaja Express? Because on this train, a lot of inbound traffic is there on this train. On this train, we have a rendezvous with the royal family, either in the form of a high tea or a lunch or a dinner. So when it goes from Bombay to Delhi, it goes to Udaipur, Jodhpur, Bikaner, Jaipur, Savai Madhopur. So this is another flagship. Another flagship is Tejas train. There are 2 corporate Tejas trains being run by IRCTC. One is the Lucknow Delhi Tejas. The Tejas rake is a different concept. Many Rajdhani trains have got the Tejas rake, but the corporate Tejas trains are 2. One is the Lucknow Delhi Tejas, and second is the Ahmedabad Mumbai Tejas. In this you have a fully automated system, and sometimes you get, if you have not been, then please go, that you get a feeling better than the Indigo or Vistara flight in terms of rail hostesses and all listening to you, pampering you. So these are some of the new things. Our turnover till last year in tourism, for IRCTC I would say is around 3,500 crore plus. It was the highest, and we are trying to touch 5,000 crore plus. We are increasing in terms and focusing both on mass and class at the same time. But in tourism and all, it is around 550 crores. We are trying to touch 750 crores. Again, the figure is to go up to 1,500 crores. So with all these things, IRCTC, as I said, that it is it has to ensure its profitability, at the same time be the social conscience of the country through Indian Railways. We have to focus on sustainable business practices, health, sustainability, and in many ways, like 3-4 ways I will just tell you. One is that the mandatory compliances through the business responsibility sustainability report. Secondly, we make people travel maximum through rail. Rail is an eco-friendly concept of energy. So we have a complete ban on plastic PET containers. We have introduced biodegradable casseroles. We have complete digitalization of rail tickets. Now you have the ERS, like most of you must be getting the electronic reservation slip on your ticket. That is enough to show. And in Rail Need also we have adopted 100% rainwater harvesting. Then we have millet-based local cuisines and the CSR, of course. So now I would like to just end by saying that IRCTC as an organization has always been adaptable to the changes in the macro and micro environment, and has always embraced transformation with openness, with the aim to enhance customer experience. As a responsible organization, we shall strive to ensure that all our business activities are focused on total quality management, turning customer satisfaction to customer delight. And aspiration on the top, we shall also continue to grow our business in all directions and contribute to building of a strong and resilient Bharat in future. So, like I said, that we in our own, like you as students, the faculty out here, my esteemed colleagues, we all are working for the betterment and prosperity of the nation. And the nation is there with open arms, welcoming us to come and embrace it and take it to greater heights. So I would just end up with a small limerick, small share, emphasizing that we are there to make the nation rise higher and higher. जब बना ही लिया है हौसला ऊंची उड़ान का, तो फिजूल है नापना कद आसमान का. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I must say that your insights about the key pillars of economic development, desirability of leadership attributes, and widespread transformation of IRCTC, especially in tourism, have led us view the country's potential in a new light. Thank you for your expert perspectives on the topic, sir. With this, we edge towards the conclusion of our inaugural session. I would like to take a moment to express our deepest gratitude towards our honorable speakers, CPA Mr. Anand Mohan Bajaj, Dr. S. Ravi, and Mr. Rahul Himalayan for gracing us with their presence and sharing their invaluable insights with us. It is for sure that your inputs have set the right tone for the sessions ahead. I urge our principal sir, Professor Vipin Kumar Agarwal, our departmental teacher in charge, Mrs. Asha Kiran Gupta, and conference co-conveners, Professor Subhanjali Chopra and Professor Anjali Bhatnagar, to kindly accept our heartiest thanks for enabling us benefit from this brilliant opportunity of interacting with and learning from such great luminaries. Lastly, a big thank you to all the organizing committee members and participants for their enthusiastic engagement. After this productive and super engaging inaugural session filled with so many valuable insights and perspectives, I am now pleased to invite you all for the high tea laid out in the adjacent hall. We would reassemble here at 12 noon for our first technical session on dynamics of economic environment, trade and investment. Thank you once again. Have a great day.
Sir, esteemed guests, learned delegates, respected faculty members, and my dear students, a very good afternoon to one and all. I, Priyanka Bedi,
and I, Vandana Munjal,
extend a very cordial welcome to all of you to the first technical session of this two-day ICSSR-sponsored international conference on the theme Envisioning India as a Global Leader under G20 Presidency. The first technical session is centered around the theme of dynamics of economic environment, trade, and investment. Before we begin with the session formally, I request all the distinguished guests to kindly take their respective places on the dais. Huge round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Quoting the words of Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, our aim may be as high as the endless sky, but we should have a resolve in our minds to walk ahead hand in hand, for victory will be ours. From fragile 5 to first 5, our country has come a long way in these 10 years to become a global economic powerhouse. India remains a bright spot for global investors thanks to its robust macroeconomic fundamentals. With a large and growing market, a youthful workforce, and a steadfast policy emphasis on education reforms, upskilling, manufacturing, tech-enabled governance, and infrastructure development, the country offers significant opportunities for both greenfield investors and businesses engaging in market expansion, mergers and acquisition, and supply chain diversification. Furthermore, presiding over the G20 forum provided India an opportunity to showcase its strengths and achievements to the world, thus enhancing its appeal to investors and deepening trade ties with the major economies. In this light, we look forward to use this platform to get valuable insights on this theme from some of the finest minds in the industry and academia.
as we gather here today, I'm reminded of a timeless quote. Success is not the key to happiness. Happiness is the key to success. If you love what you're doing, you'll be successful. These words encapsulate the essence of our gathering today. Today, we have the privilege of honoring individuals whose unwavering commitment and tireless efforts have not only propelled them to success, but have also inspired those around them to reach new heights. In the spirit of these words, let us come together to express our gratitude, admiration, and respect for our distinguished guests. For this, I would like to call on stage Dr. Meenakshi Gupta to felicitate Professor Neeti Bhasin with a token of appreciation. Please give a huge round of applause. Dr. Neeti Bhasin, currently working as Professor, Department of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. I would now like to request Dr. Anjali Arora to kindly come on stage and felicitate our distinguished guest, Mr. Alok Kumar, with a token of appreciation. Everybody, please give it up for them. Mr. Alok Kumar, IAS, former Secretary, Ministry of Power, Government of India. Thank you, Anjali ma'am. Next, I would like to call Dr. Meenakshi Chaudhary to kindly come on stage and felicitate Mr. Pranav Kumar. Mr. Pranav Kumar, Vice President, Reliance Industries Limited. Please give a huge round of applause. Everybody, please give it up for them. Thank you, Meenakshi ma'am. Next, I would like to call Dr. Namita Rajput on stage to felicitate Professor Ashwini Mahajan. Everybody, please. Dr. Ashwini Mahajan, Professor, PGDAV College, University of Delhi. Thank you, Namita ma'am. I would like to call Ms. Mini Narang on stage to felicitate Mr. Adish Verma with a token of appreciation. Dr. Adish Verma, Director, Senior Economist, CRISIL Limited.
I once again accord a very warm welcome to all our distinguished guests. Setting the wheels in motion, I would now like to introduce our first distinguished guest for this session. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome Professor Neeti Bhasin, Department of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi, a gold medalist in the MCOM examination of University of Delhi. Ma'am has a teaching and research experience of more than 23 years. She has authored several books and has contributed numerous research papers in journals of repute and regularly writes articles for news media platforms such as Times Now. In March 2023, she was conferred the Excellence Award for Teachers in Service by the Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Delhi, in recognition of her outstanding contribution to research and academic activities. Listed among top 10% of authors on SSRN by all-time downloads, ma'am has been awarded Best Paper Award at various conferences. She is the co-recipient of Best Business Academic of the Year Award 2011, awarded by the Indian Commerce Association. Ma'am has also been invited to deliver talks and share her views at various institutions outside India as well as in India, including Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Defense, to name a few. She has also been engaged in consultancy assignments with Center for Regional Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Ma'am, we are honored and humbled by your presence. I would now take the opportunity to invite Professor Neeti Bhasin ma'am to address the audience. Huge round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, to all esteemed members of the panel and to everyone seated in the audience. A very good afternoon. Before I start, it gives me immense pleasure to be here. And the pleasure stems from the fact that I see a lot of faces here who have been my students at some point in time and who are now your teachers. So it's a motivation of a different kind, you know, coming back and seeing these bright minds illuminate the next generation of bright minds. So I'm happy to be here. Given the time frame that I have, which is like close to 10-15 minutes, I was figuring out, you know, what can I possibly talk about, given the structure of the audience and assuming that all of you are students of commerce in various years. So it will just be, I would just try to sort of encapsulate the dynamics of global trade and investment that exist today.
And for those of you who have missed out on my IB classes, maybe when you were there in MCOM, this would be a little bit of addition there. So I hope I'm able to do justice. So the theme of this discussion is global trade and investment, and that's precisely the area I work on. I will be talking about India's role in global trade and investment. What is it that has changed in the last few years? Why it has changed in the last few years? And what do we see? And where can we improve in the next few years? So we are all pretty much aware that India is doing phenomenally well as far as economic growth and a lot of other things are concerned. We have fairly good estimates. We know, we should know that IMF, in its latest World Economic Outlook for January 2024, of all the countries which have been listed, India has the highest projected rate of economic growth for 2024, which stands at 6.5%. So that gives us a fairly good idea of where we stand right now. Now, when we talk about trade and investment, things have changed quite a lot in the last 4 or 5 years. So if I talk about, when I taught IB, let's say a decade back, and I was talking about trade and investment, it's very different from what I teach in my class these days. And a lot of concepts, a lot of theories have undergone substantial change. So a decade back, maybe a lot of theories of trade and investment that I used to talk about in my class, they did hold. Trade should take place according to comparative advantage. Where you get cost effectiveness, you should try to invest there because that's your source of efficiency. And that's what we have been teaching all along. But what has changed recently is the perception of nations towards trade and investment in the light of some events that have taken place. And we are aware of those events. We are aware of the COVID-19 pandemic. We are aware of the US-China trade war. We know about the Russia-Ukraine war and so on. Now, how have these events really changed the global perception about trade and investment? So quickly, just 2 points I will touch upon. What nations feel now is that what we need to do is de-risking and decoupling. So when I say de-risking, it basically means a nation should not be too dependent on only one supplier. That's what we mean by the concept of de-risking. And this is something which globally nations are moving towards. And this was a fallout of the pandemic because China was the single largest supplier to a lot of nations and to a lot of companies across the world. And when factories shut down in China, the entire supply chain got disrupted. So the first learning was we must de-risk. So whether it's the G7 summit or whether it's the IPEF that we talk about, everyone recognizes that. And therefore, when we start thinking about de-risking, what we are actually thinking about is diversifying then. Let's not just depend on one country and let's think of diversifying. And that is where the opportunity lies for a lot of countries of global south, as we call it, which largely means the developing part of the world. The other change in perception was decoupling and ensuring security of your supply chain. Why is that important? That is important for certain kinds of commodities, which are critical for an economy. For example, energy. For Europe, this was a realization which came when the Russia-Ukraine war happened. So Europe suddenly realizes that its entire energy needs, they go for a toss because they were too dependent on Russia for them. So there was a need to rethink and ensure security of your supply chain. For India, it was an eye-opener because we lead in pharma production. But for inputs, we are still dependent on China. So we get our APIs, which are the active pharmaceutical ingredients, from China. And that is when we realize that if we don't get the raw material from China, we cannot possibly supply pharma to the rest of the world. Consequently, there was a change in policy to start building it in India. So that is how trade and investment has changed, and what it means is that in at least the few years that we are going to witness, the first few years from now, the trade and investment is not just going to be governed by theories or not just going to be governed by cost efficiency, but it is going to be governed by geopolitics, security of supply chains, and resilience of supply chains. That is what has changed. What does it mean for India if that is what has happened? So, all of this has created a lot of opportunities for countries, not just India, a lot of other ones. You have Vietnam, you have Bangladesh, Thailand, Malaysia, and so on and so forth. So, what is unique about India that we can leverage and get an edge over these other alternatives that have come up to China? That's what I'll probably touch upon, looking at 4 or 5 points. One is, of course, a very high growth potential, which is for the world to see. Second, we have a very large domestic market, which our competitors cannot match. Now, how does that help? So having a large domestic market, and if you go by the figures, there are estimates by World Economic Forum which tell you that the consumer market in India is going to reach some 3 trillion by 2030, and the middle class segment of the population could reach by, the 80% of our population could fall in that category by 2030. Now that's huge. And what complements this is the fact that we have gone digital in a big way. And we are all aware of it, how the retail segment, how the retail digital segment has grown exponentially over a period of time. And when I say exponentially, we have surpassed US, UK, other countries of Europe. The developed countries are far behind when it comes to our digital revolution, so to say. So you have a huge consumer market complemented by a digital economy which is growing exponentially, and that makes for a good enough case for a lot of foreign investors to come and manufacture in India, because they can manufacture on a larger scale. Every foreign investor looks for scale economies. That's why they went to China. So our large domestic market and a growing domestic market gives them that opportunity to reap scale economies and ensure cost efficiency. So that's one where we are ahead of our competitors. Two, we talk about the demographic dividend a lot of times, where we know that India is one country which is the fastest growing in terms of the working age population. And a lot of countries have been not doing so well, like Japan, for example. Their aged population is increasing tremendously. But we must also understand that simply demographics don't do the job. And it needs to be complemented with what? With skill development. All of you here, you are already under the national education policy, which has sort of which have been revised with one purpose in mind, that we need to develop this working age young population in a manner where they embed or develop skills which are relevant for the job market. It's interesting. So under the national education policy, my own son, who's in 9th, at the school level, they have introduced very interesting subjects. And my son is in the 9th standard, and he has a complete subject on artificial intelligence, which we never had. And I was incidentally going through his book just a couple of days back. It's exam time. So it is not a very basic level book. It's actually telling you about all stages of project execution and how we are going to apply AI to all these stages. The book itself was so interesting. I was giving it a read. So that is something which is being done to actually reap the so by the time the students of the school come to the job market, they will be well equipped. They are doing financial literacy, they are doing AI, they are doing a lot of other things like that. So we are working in that direction as well. And thirdly, without doubt, we have a very conducive policy environment which is working in this direction. So we all know about Atmanirbhar Bharat scheme. Some of you might have heard about the production linked incentive scheme of the government, which is a very popular PLI scheme. Because we are talking of trade and investment, PLI is a very significant scheme of the government. By its very name, it's production linked incentive. So what we are saying is, if you scale up production, you will be incentivized through various financial incentives. That motivates our firms to go for large scale production. And large scale production is what we need if we want to get integrated into the larger value chain. So, and of course, I mean, the list is long. We have the National Logistics Policy, the Bharatmala project, and so on and so forth. I possibly cannot touch upon all the schemes right now. So these are some of the unique advantages that India enjoys, because of which we can look forward to a greater role in trade and investment. And the final part that I want to talk about is, what is it that still remains to be done? So of course, there are a lot of factors which are working in our favor. We are doing pretty well there. A couple of things we can still work on, in which I feel the first would be center-state coordination. So we do understand that there is a lot happening at the level of the center and a lot of policy execution done, all kinds of schemes being floated. But there is a very important role that states also have to play in policy development, because a lot of domains like land, labor, governance, they come under the state. And that is where they need to develop. If you look at the statistics, close to 70% of India's total exports comes from just 6 states. And you can take your guesses, watch these 6. Any idea which are the states contributing most to India's exports? If I ask you to take a guess? Take a guess. Gujarat is one, and Maharashtra, Karnataka, Uttar Pradesh, yes, someone said, Tamil Nadu. And you know, these are the states which are contributing the most. What about the rest of the states then? So there is a lot of scope for other, and not just trade, not just exports. Even when foreign firms, they want to invest in India, it is a very concentrated kind of investment. So they are only going to look at these few states because they have got better policies, their infrastructure is better, they have more conducive governance practices like that. Which means we are still not reaping the potential which India has if all these states pitch in and reform at the level which the others have done. So that is probably one area which I think needs more work. 2, from when I started and I was talking about de-risking of supply chains and security of supply chain, we must understand that for every economy, there is something called as critical raw material or critical goods, where we should try to develop our self-sufficiency and competence. So these days, you might have been hearing a lot about semiconductors, for example. They say semiconductor is the new oil, because oil is not as critical these days as semiconductors. And for a digital economy like India, it's all the more important that we have self-sufficiency. I mean, till last year, 60% of the requirement was met by just one company in Taiwan. If you have heard about it, the TSMC, Taiwanese Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, that was the one which was meeting 60% of the requirements. But then disruptions happened because of the war, because of the pandemic, and whatever events took place. So, therefore, we have already started work in that direction. And if you have been following news, you would know that there are joint ventures happening. There are Indian companies who are willing to take up this task of designing semiconductors And a new scheme that has been introduced by the government is the DLI scheme. So PLI was in place earlier. DLI is the design linked incentive scheme, where the government is going to give financial incentives to firms who contribute to design of semiconductor manufacturing. So we have to identify what our critical areas are where we need to develop self-reliance. And lastly, I think one area, not an area really, but what we need to develop is an industrial ecosystem. For a very long period of time, the focus of a lot of our policies has been the MSME sector, as we say. And rightly so, because the MSME sector needs a lot of support from the government. They are contributing close to 50% of the exports of India. Fair enough. However, we must now start positioning our medium and large-sized firms as well to be global players in trade and investment. Because when you talk about large-scale production, when you talk about scale economies, or when you talk about meeting global quality practices, be it sustainability practices or other environment, or standards worldwide, it is the large and medium-sized firms who will play the important role here. So we must start positioning them as well and look at the creation of a more integrated industrial ecosystem. So I guess that push has already started, and we are pretty much in the right direction, doing phenomenally well, and we must keep observing these changing dynamics of trade and investment to derive our lessons and to position India as an important player in global trade and investment. So I guess that will be all from my side. Thank you very much for listening patiently. And that's about it.
Ma'am, your speech was a symphony of wisdom, grace, and eloquence. I was particularly intrigued by the point that it is high time India need to take a leap from being the consumer of the world to becoming the producer of the world. So thank you, ma'am, for enchanting us with your words and leaving us inspired. Our next speaker has served 35 long years in public policy and administration in India's premier federal civil service, reaching up to the distinguished position of Secretary to the Government of India. He has extensive experience in energy, infrastructure, and skill development domains. He served as Union Public Power Secretary of India and has worked in the power sector at senior positions for over 13 years. He has led several large commercial organizations as CEO and has played a prominent role in formulation and implementation of several national and state level policies. He has been responsible for successfully managing the operations of one of the largest power systems of the world, along with steering wide-ranging sectoral reforms. He possesses a deep understanding of global energy transition aspects as chair of G20 Energy Transitions Working Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise the roofs with me for Mr. Alok Kumar.
Good afternoon. Lot of things have been said about me. Thank you. We have been given around 15 minutes, so let me see. One thing I want to start with, that it's always a pleasure that policymakers visit the academy and interact with the faculty and the students, because a nation can succeed only when the government, industry, and academia, they work together. They come together. So it's a very good occasion for me. Friends, let me get down to the economic environment. you all know the energy is the need for growth for all the countries. Speaking of India, we consume much less energy and our per capita income is very low. I'm not going to statistics. We are around 36 to 40% of the per capita income as compared to the world average and also the energy consumption. And for our growth, what my speaker before me was speaking, that if you have to become Viksit Bharat, our energy requirement will be double 2.1 times by 2047. So that is the scenario. So we are struggling, not only power sector, the total energy to supply energy for our economic growth and also for raising our living standards. We can't be called Viksit Bharat unless until we have a proper, decent living standards. So here is the question of the India's role and what India did and what India succeeded in G20 when it had the presidency last year. G20 must be aware, friends, that it's a very influential group. It controls more than 3/4 of the world trade and 2/3 of the world GDP. Whatever it decides, it influences most of the national governments, also other forums like COP28 or environment. It also influences the lending by the all financial institutions in the world, whatever it decides. But it's very complex because it has 20 large countries with very diverse backgrounds, with very different national positions. And it works through consensus. So when they come together, they come with their national positions. So as a presidency, it's very challenging that you have to drive the agenda, also get what you want, but you have to build consensus. Even if one country is not agreeable, things will not move. So, and in G20, you take a lot of things about trade, investments, development goals, energy and all. I will talk something about the energy transition. Interestingly, the G20 has moved over the years from energy to energy transitions because, you know, in the earlier years, the presidency of India, the G20 was with the developed countries like Germany, Italy and all. Their energy needs are not growing. And when they talk of climate change and all, global warming, their main focus is on energy transition, how to reduce emissions and how to move from fossil to non-fossil fuels. In the world today, if you talk of energy terms, 80% energy comes from the fossil fuels. And we talk so much of solar, only 1% comes from solar and 1% from wind. So energy world over is heavily dominated by the fossil fuels. And we have a challenge of keeping the global warming in check so that our planet is not destroyed. So when India took the presidency of G20, in the area of energy transition, it has a challenge. You have something coming from past presidencies which we have agreed as a part of consensus, and how to navigate it so that India takes a position which not only suits its national circumstances, its national need of growth, but also it leads as a leader for the developing countries from South, the global South. So that is the context which let me talk about in next 10 minutes. So there is one or two very important dimensions of the global politics of climate change. India historically has contributed only 4% in the green gas house emissions historically, whereas country like US has contributed 30%. So they are I'm not naming any country, they're the polluters, big polluters. But yet, because of their clout in G20 and their economic clout, they want the developing countries to commit to more aggressive targets for energy transitions. They say you are going to pollute now because India is going to grow. Our emissions may have been 4% cumulatively, but now currently we are around 7% and will grow to around 11-12% in the next 25 years. So they put a finger to us. Now you are going to pollute, so cut your emissions. And you must be knowing, but let me repeat it, cutting emissions has a cost because new technologies are expensive and they have a huge import dependence. So I have a friend from, so this Jagran Manch, he must speak. Friends, some technologies like if you want to increase solar energy in the power sector or in the electricity sector of India, you need more of storage, battery storage, to store solar power in the day and use it in the day, in the night, in the evening. But do you know the battery storage technology is damn expensive. Your solar power costs only 2.5 rupees per unit. Just the cost of storing 1 unit in a battery for 4 hours is 10 rupees. So how can a poor country, growing country can adopt such technology large scale? Professor Neeti was talking about the import dependency in critical materials. I'll talk critical minerals. If you use batteries, you need to import a lot of lithium. You need to import a lot of solar cells. So demographic dividend, we need to give jobs to our youngsters who are sitting in the hall and everywhere in the country. And if we start importing critical minerals, start importing solar cells or electrolyzer for green hydrogen, we will end up exporting our jobs to China. Is it acceptable to any country? No. So India's position was that we have a right to grow. Because the same G20 also has an agenda of the Sustainable Development Goals. So India took a position, okay, we have been doing a lot by cutting our emissions, whatever is possible, but let us talk not only of energy transition, but also of a inclusive and sustainable growth. So what India put on table as a presidency, I was chairing this G20 working group on energy transitions. Our initial issue note, which is we bring out some policy issues, it contained items like addressing technology gaps, because the technologies are very expensive, they are not commercially available. Unless you do that, developing countries can't take up energy transition on a faster rate. We need low-cost finance for energy transition. Let us talk of energy security and diversified supply chain, what Professor Neeti was talking. Let us talk of energy efficiency, which is important, which is much more cost effective. Let us talk about the fuels for future which are available with us. I don't want to go for batteries, I want to go for biofuels and for green hydrogen because they are available within the country, they are my resource. And lastly, I want just transition. I want access to electricity for about 80 crore people in Africa, because I want to take the leadership of the South, of the global South. Those were issues which India took under G20. Now, what we succeeded in? We succeeded in some building consensus on issues like the first priority would be given to universal access. It is not material that whether we give them access through fossil fuels or non-fossil fuels, because we are talking of energy requirement of developing countries. The second consensus was about let us triple the renewable energy target by 2030, because India is a leader in renewable energy. It's our resource. We have solar, we have wind with us. We need low-cost finance which should flow to developing countries if they have to cut emissions. We have to install expensive batteries. We have to install expensive electrolyzers for green hydrogen. We also fought for green hydrogen in G20. You know, green hydrogen is produced by using renewable electricity to split the water into hydrogen and oxygen and use the hydrogen, which is clean hydrogen, and to use it for decarbonizing sectors like steel and cement. But that is expensive and it is import dependent. So let us sit together and develop harmonized trade standards so that we can scale the green hydrogen up for bringing down its cost. Those were the consensus which India succeeded in. Last is one important is a voluntary action for doubling the energy efficiency annual rate by 2030, because India has taken a lead in energy efficiency through its PAT program, which is the program for the large industrial units like performance, achieve and trade. We are world leader in LED lighting. We have done wonderful job in standards and labeling of energy efficient appliances. So we succeeded. So friends, let me try to summarize time is limited, and I want to give you few points when you go back from this conference, all young students. Friends, the main points are for our economic growth, and it is our right to grow, because we are consuming not even half the level of what world is consuming in terms of per capita. So development is our right. We have to become Viksit Bharat. Energy is the most important requirement. And we will prioritize supplying the energy first and making it cleaner second. We have done much more what the polluting countries like US or China have done. In the ranking which is released by the Climate Change Performance Index, India is among the top 4 countries. So even being a poor country, even being a growing country, we have done extremely well. So our leadership says that we have a right to grow. You cut down your emissions, you cut down your consumption. So whenever you go to anywhere, you must say that India has a right to develop. We need energy requirements. And what we should focus on, what is available with us. India doesn't have much oil and gas. India has coal, India has hydropower, India has solar power, India has wind power, India has biopower. So we will do most around those sources, and in a manner that we have local manufacturing in the country supported by PLI, so that we are able to give jobs to our youngsters, and we have green growth. We want to become manufacturing leader in the world for green technology goods. So we will do our energy transition in a manner which suits our development aspirations and our national requirement, and will adopt those technologies which are commercially affordable for our people. We have large number of the low-income households who can't afford high energy costs, and we cannot keep them at low living standards. We have to take their standards up. So in a nutshell, let me say, India has a right to grow. India is a responsible country. India is doing a lot in energy transition. We will do it in a manner which suits our national circumstances. I think these are broad few points I wanted to make. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. There are categories of transitioning economies, and India is one of them. But today we have a transitioning world where everyone needs to time travel to a cleaner and sustainable future. Sir, the depth of knowledge that you have shared with us has provided us all with the much needed insight on the topic in discourse. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been joined by Dr. Rajesh Singh, Chairperson, Governing Body, Sri Aurobindo College, and who is also presently serving as University Librarian and Head, Delhi University Library System, University of Delhi. I would now like to request our Chairman, Sir Dr. Rajesh Singh, and our respected Principal, Sir, to please come on the dais and take their places. Moving forward, as our next distinguished guest, we are privileged to have with us Mr. Pranav Kumar, Vice President, International Trade Policy and Compliance, Reliance Industries Limited. Mr. Pranav Kumar has over 27 years of professional experience in international trade policy advocacy, including international business strategy for private sector, teaching, research, and project management, with primary expertise in areas such as trade and development, multilateral trade negotiations, geopolitical developments, and their impact on businesses. Prior to joining Reliance Industries, Sir has worked as a head of international trade policy with India's Apex Business Chamber, Confederation of India Industry. As a head of International Trade Policy Division of CII, he engaged closely with the Government of India and industry members across all sectors on all aspects of trade negotiation and policy formulation. Sir has also previously worked as a senior trade policy advisor with the joint international trade policy team of British High Commission, New Delhi, and DFID India. As a member of India Trade Policy Unit, he was responsible for advising Foreign and Commonwealth Office of UK on several important issues. Sir, it's an absolute honor to have you here with us today. I would now like to invite Mr. Pranav Kumar to share his thoughts and insights with the gathering. Huge round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, distinguished members on the dais. It's an absolute honor for me to be here interacting with some young minds here. After having listened to two of the very distinguished speakers, Professor Vasin and Mr. Kumar, and of course, both of them presented two very important areas which are important for industry to comply with and follow. One, of course, on the international trading environment, what are the challenges which we are facing at this point of time and how industry could strategize. And of course, the most important part of the energy transition, because that is very critical for the net zero target which we have set up, that is 2070. So energy transition is not only for us, and it's a global challenge, not only India, but there are almost more than 100 countries who are into this mission of energy transition. And that's why this was one of the major focus areas of India's G20 presidency also, which Sir was, of course, chairing the energy transition working group. Having said that, since the topic is envisioning India as a global leader under India G20 presidency, so I'm tempted to add what Sir has given you some brief snapshot of what we have focused on energy transition and power, etc., during our India G20 presidency, because I work very closely with India's B20 engagement group. So those, in fact, most of you must be aware that G20 architecture is, of course, one is the government track, the governments of the 20 countries, 19 countries plus European Union. Now we have African Union also, it's a 21 now. So there is a government track that discuss all issues which are impacting the global trade and economic governance. It's not only global trade and economic governance, but since they are top 20 countries, so they discuss a lot of other geopolitical issues also. So, but they also work through various engagement groups. So engagement groups, of course, the Business 20, so how the businesses can contribute to the discourse and deliberation of the G20 process. Then think tank, the research organization, how they can contribute. Then civil society group, CSO, that is C20 we call it. Then you have women 20. So there are varieties of 20. At least there are 13 such working groups. So if I start explaining, it will take a lot of time. But since out of all these working groups, or engagement groups, the B20 is the most important, because at the end of the day, we are all here to promote business and how business can bring welfare to the life of the common people. So let me just give you a brief snapshot of what we achieved during our G20 presidency. And after that, I'll just cover some bit of the trade and economic issues, which again I am covering, and give you more industry perspective. So since G20, you all know that this is the world's most powerful multilateral forum. Of course, this is not a negotiating forum, but this is a kind of forum which gives high-level political messaging to the world and policymakers. So India, during its presidency, which ended last year on November 30th, used it very well in terms of showcasing not only what we have done and what we can contribute in the global policy making, global trade and economic governance. So still you must be seeing a lot of hoardings on the street of India G20, because still just 2-3 months have passed since then. So first and foremost, what that was Prime Minister Modi mentioned and made it a really people-centric G20, because you have seen that G20 events were held in more than 50 cities of India. It covered almost all states, and we covered really the people-centric issues. So the issues like lifestyle for environment and other issues, so all those issues which really concern the people. Of course, we are talking about energy transition and all. Second was the agenda of the Global South. Because Global South, you know, is a large community. More than 100 countries are from the developing world. So it was all the more important for India to take the lead. India historically has taken lead in championing the cause of the poor countries, particularly less developed countries and large number of developing countries. So the inclusion of, for instance, African Union, that was one of the hallmark and highlights of the India G20 presidency. So if you look at the G20 architecture and composition, so Europe is represented by UK is there, Germany, France, Italy, Russia you can also count as a European country. And of course, entire European Union through the EU is also a formal member of G20. So Europe is well represented. Spain is a permanent invitee. North and South America, Canada, Mexico, USA, Argentina, Brazil. So North and South America are very well represented. Coming to Asia, India is there, Saudi Arabia, then China, Japan, Korea, Indonesia, Australia, they are all represented. But entire African continent was represented by just one country, that is South Africa. It's a block of 55 countries. So India thought it's a good opportunity to offer and just push the case of African Union. If European Union could be a part of G20, why can't African Union? After all, it's a very big continent, and of course, when we're talking about eradicating poverty, creating jobs for the poor and all, addressing so give them the ownership, let them discuss also their issues. So this was very well received and unanimously accepted by all the countries that African Union should be a part of. So that was a big kind of achievement for India. Net zero, I want to mention, sir has also given you what we have covered in the net zero and the climate finance. That was important achievement of India G20 presidency. Energy transition, we have a declaration on hydrogen, on critical minerals, he mentioned it, that is important. GVCs, that we want to make global value chain more inclusive and resilient. Professor Vasin also mentioned about that. And showcasing India's best practices like UPI, how we are using the digital public infrastructure for our governance, that also we have showcased. And finally, the inclusive G20 that I mentioned to you, that inclusion of G20 that made it G20 a truly inclusive multilateral forum. So that's all about the G20 and B20. So, and since I'm also involved in the current presidency of Brazil, that is B20 Brazil, so I'm a member of the B20 Task Force on Trade and Investment. Now coming to the second part of my presentation, that is the topic of this session, dynamics of economic trade and investment. So of course, when we, as an industry person, I have been following industry for more than 2 decades and guiding them, helping them, strategizing, working very closely with policymakers, particularly on trade and investment policy and all the international negotiations like free trade agreement and all. So I would cover that part since some of the relevant part has already been covered, so I would not repeat that. So one thing you have to understand, what are the current goals which we have set up for ourselves? Of course, looking at the COVID time period, 2 to 3 years, but of course, COVID was, as our Prime Minister and our Commerce Minister said, that crisis is also an opportunity, and we have really converted that crisis into opportunity, and we have, after COVID, in 2021-22, we crossed the 400 billion of exports, $400 billion of exports. That was historical. Second year, 2023, again, we have touched almost 450 billion of merchandise exports and more than 300 billion of services exports. So that was all-time high. So now, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, you can achieve good export growth. But the challenge is how to sustain that. So as a result of that, what we have set up an ambitious target of reaching the $1 trillion of merchandise exports by 2030, $1 trillion of services exports by 2030. Our Honorable Prime Minister announced that we want to become the 3rd largest economy. Today we are the 5th largest economy in next 3 to 4 years or 5 years time period. We have set up a mission of becoming developed nation by 2047. So how to achieve that? So we need to have a roadmap, and we have to work on that. So that is the most challenging aspect. So now, if you look at the past 30 years, since the economic reforms started in 1991 and before that, so one thing is, of course, my friend Mr. Mahajan is sitting here. Of course, he is also championing the cause of self-reliant and Swadeshi Jagran minds. We work very closely. But one thing is sure, what we have seen that economic reforms and trade openness. Trade openness, we don't mean that you open up everything abruptly overnight. But of course, where we have a strength, we would open up and also try to access the global market. So it's a open trade and investment regime, which have helped us to become, because when we opened our economy in 1991, we were 12th largest economy. In 2014, we became the 10th largest economy. And today, we are the 5th largest economy, and most likely, in the next 5 years, we will become 3rd largest economy. So I think no one can dispute that economic reforms, trade openness, open FDI regime, and all have really helped you to achieve. Of course, when you go for economic reform, there are some adjustments, there will be some losers, but overall, we have seen that economy has gained. So in that pursuit, one major instrument which Government of India has used, that is free trade agreement. Of course, we have seen the debate and the deliberation on that. And of course, the opinions are still divided. So, but if you look at the free trade agreement, there are clearly 3 phases which we see today. One phase after 2003 and 2010. So you all must be aware of World Trade Organization, which was established in 1995. But of course, the organization is not in a good shape. It's not delivering what it was meant for. So most of the countries got disenchanted that this is the organization, though we have set up to govern the global trade, to liberalize the global trade regime, but of course that ambition and that desire wasn't fulfilled. So majority of the countries, they embarked upon the second best option, that is the free trade agreement. So India was no exception. India also started first agreement India signed with Sri Lanka, that was in 1999-2000. But the major turnaround came in 2003 when India launched free trade agreement negotiation with ASEAN country. In 2005, we concluded, in fact, negotiation with Singapore. That was a comprehensive agreement, first comprehensive agreement we have signed. So comprehensive agreement means you are not only discussing goods and services, trade liberalization, but there are other issues also you are covering, like investment, competition policy, trade facilitation, etc., etc. And then the ASEAN agreement, Japan, Korea, Singapore, Malaysia, all those agreements came into operation around 2010 and 11. So we thought that we would be able to access now East Asian market, because that was fitting very well, because traditionally, if you look at our export direction, it's the West. Europe, USA, still USA is our major export destination. Europe is our second most important destination. So it was decided that let's do the export diversification, both product diversification in our export basket as well as the market diversification also. So let's look eastward. So the look east policy, which started on a political note in early 90s. So we wanted to give economic lever, and that is how we started looking towards east. And I'm not saying that it has not, of course, on trade front we haven't done well, but of course, if you look at the investment part, Japan and Korea are significant investors in our market. But we have not been able to penetrate that market. It's not that we have done a bad deal. Because if you look at the ASEAN market, at this Asia-Pacific region, they are dominated by some of the very manufacturing giants. China is one, Japan, Korea, and some of the ASEAN countries. They are very strong in manufacturing. And so we were made to compete with those economies in the Asia-Pacific region. Okay. So, and of course, we were not very strong in manufacturing. So after 2014, we started investing in and trying to improve our manufacturing. And now we are seeing the result. So manufacturing, of course, this I'll take 2 minutes. Okay, yeah. So that was a mistake, because we made a mistake that since we have arrived on services, services our strength, that was a kind of myth, I would say. Because if you look at what we do export in services, it's mainly IT-enabled services. We are not strong in financial services. We are not as strong in logistical services. So if you look at the traditional services which are where the investment route follows, we are not strong. So what we export, the IT-enabled services. So that was our export basket of services that was highly concentrated with 1 or 2 sectors. That is movement of professional, IT-enabled services, some health professionals, that's all. So that was a mistake we made, that we thought that with FTA, we would be able to promote our services. So that did not happen. So now we have corrected that mistake, and we invested focus on manufacturing. Manufacturing revival has happened. Now, the current challenge is how to achieve those very ambitious goals. Professor Vasin mentioned about GVC. So if you look at the global trade, who are the major traders? It's intra-company trade happens. More than 70% or roughly 70% of trade happens within the global production network, what we call global value chain. So it's a large multinational corporations who are the major exporter and major importer also. So we have to be part of that network, global production network or global value chain. What do we have to do? So since we don't lead that value chain, so we have to follow the prescription given by the large companies, whether in Japanese companies or German companies or US companies. So there are many challenges. So one area where we have to work very religiously, that is the sustainability. In fact, day before yesterday, I was in a meeting with the chief negotiator of European Union. I raised this issue because if you look at the European market, other OECD market, they are very much sustainability driven. And sustainability is important because the kind of regulations which are coming in EU market, carbon border adjustment mechanism, corporate sustainability due diligence, deforestation-free products. So you can't influence that, you can't enforce European Union to change those laws. But since we want to access that market, we want to be part of their value chain, so we have to invest in that. We have to comply with that. And how we can close the gap on sustainability. So that's a major challenge for us as those who are policy makers and of course as an industry. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Pranav sir, for sharing your wisdom and knowledge with us. Some sources quote that it was India's turn to host G20 presidency. It must have been the India's turn for the world to host G20, but the way India utilized the opportunity to unite the divided world and build a consensus was historical in itself. So many more achievements to India. Our next speaker is Professor Ashwini Mahajan. He's currently working as professor at PGDAV College, University of Delhi. He is also a visiting professor and research guide at Pacific University, Udaipur, and Mewar University. He has attended 5 ministerial conferences of WTO as representative of Swadeshi Jagran Foundation. He has published more than 400 articles in various national dailies and periodicals. As national co-convener of Swadeshi Jagran Manch, he has brought instrumental changes in economic policies. His policy interventions include withdrawal of controversial ordinance on land acquisition, FDI policy of the government, especially retail trade and e-commerce, withdrawal of India from Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership deal. A critique of globalization, he believes that GDP growth-centric philosophy of development does not suit India. He believes in a model which cares about the last men in the queue and favors integrating growth with employment generation. Ladies and gentlemen, Please welcome on stage Professor Ashwini Mahajan with a huge round of applause.
Thank you, Vandana. Dignitaries on the dais, and my dear friends, faculty members, and dear students. Today's topic of trade investment and the economic environment. If we look into the history of India, as we are aspiring to be the developed country, developed nation by 2047, when we complete 100 years of our independence, I would like to remind you all that it is not for the first time that we will become the developed country, developed nation of the world. We had already been a developed country for more than 1,500 years. This is what it's not what I'm saying or you have to believe me. I'm asking you to read the economic history written by Angus Madison, the most respected economic historian of the world, whose works are republished by none other than OECD, that it's not that India was a developed country for only 1,500 years, it was a developed country for more than 5,000 years. It is only the history writing it started that it was a developed country for 1,500 years. मैं यहाँ आपको याद दिलाना चाहता हूँ कि भारत को सोने की चिड़िया क्यों कहते थे। यहाँ पर कोई सोना पैदा नहीं होता, यहाँ पर कोई सोने की ऐसी खान ऐसी नहीं है जहाँ पर बहुत सोना होता हो। ये इसलिए कहा जाता था कि भारत में इस प्रकार का साजो सामान बनता था, इस प्रकार की चीज़ें एक्सपोर्ट होती थी, जिसके बदले में विश्व के पास जहाँ जहाँ वो जाते थे, चाहे वो यूरोप हो, चाहे वो मिडिल ईस्ट हो या कोई और देश, जहाँ जहाँ जाते थे उनके पास कोई ऐसा साजो सामान नहीं होता था और वापस उनको उस सामान के बदले में, जैसे हमारे पास उनके सामान के बदले में कुछ और ना हो तो हमें डॉलर देना पड़ता है। उस समय डॉलर नहीं हुआ करते थे, उस समय सोना हुआ करता था और हमारे सामान का हमारे जो ट्रेड का जो सरप्लस था, वी यूज्ड टू गेट इन टर्म्स ऑफ gold, and the amount of gold which was looted from us over the centuries, legally or illegally, is huge. You all know about it. I'm not going to repeat that. लेकिन वो सोना जो हमारे पास बचा रहा हमारी सिस्टर्स के पास, वो इतना ज़्यादा है कि दुनिया के पास उतना सोना नहीं है जितना भारत में अभी भी बचा हुआ है। एक ऐसा देश जो डेवलप्ड कंट्री था, उसको सिस्टमैटिकली जो गरीब किया गया, उसकी हिस्ट्री आपको मालूम है। ब्रिटिशर्स आए चले गए, लेकिन उसके बाद जो 1947 में हमारा देश आज़ाद हुआ, उस समय हमने जो नीतियां अपनाई, शायद वो भी एक बहुत बड़ा कारण है भारत को अल्प विकसित रखने का, वो भी बहुत बड़ा कारण है भारत को दुनिया से अलग रखने का। हम जानते हैं कि अगर इस देश में, अगर हमारा देश डेवलप्ड था, विकसित था, तो किसी विदेशियों के रहमो करम पर नहीं था, हमारे लोगों की क्षमता के आधार पर था, हमारे लोगों के कौशल के आधार पर था, हमारी इंडस्ट्री के आधार पर था, और हमारे वो युवा और वो हमारे देश के कंट्रीमैन जो लगातार अपनी टेक्नोलॉजी को और से ज़्यादा इम्प्रूव करते रहते थे। हिस्टोरियंस लिखते हैं कि किस प्रकार का कपड़ा हम बनाया करते थे, किस प्रकार की मेटलर्जी हमारी थी, किस प्रकार के हमारे केमिकल्स थे, कि आज भी जो कुतुब मीनार के पास जो लौह स्तंभ है वो उस बात को बता रहा है कि आज भी उस पर जंग नहीं लगता है। ऐसा कोई लौह स्तंभ पूरी दुनिया में नहीं है जो उस प्रकार का हमारा था। तो लेकिन जब देश आज़ाद हुआ तो एक सरकार आई, उन्होंने कहा कि हमारे देश के लोग कुछ नहीं कर सकते हैं, हमारे युवा कुछ नहीं कर सकते हैं, हमारे प्राइवेट एंटरप्रेन्योर्स कुछ नहीं कर सकते हैं। व्हाट वी हैव टू डू इज टू फोर्स डेवलपमेंट थ्रू द गवर्नमेंट, to the government sector, through the public sector. And most of you must have seen Guru film, in which the Guru was, you know, or it is ऐसा कहा जाता है कि ये धीरूभाई अंबानी पर फिल्म बनी थी, और उस गुरु फिल्म पर नायक पर मुकदमा चलता है कि आपको एक मशीन का लाइसेंस दिया गया था, आपने 7 मशीन लगा दी। आपको इतना उत्पादन करने के लिए कहा था, आपने इतना उत्पादन कर दिया। आपको एक्सपोर्ट करने के लिए मना किया था, तो आपने एक्सपोर्ट को कर दिया। क्यों ना आपके ऊपर मुकदमा चलाया जाए, आपको जेल में भेजा जाए और आप पर जुर्माना लगाया जाए। जहां जिस देश में ज़्यादा उत्पादन करने पर, ज़्यादा मशीन लगाने पर, ज़्यादा एक्सपोर्ट करने पर लोगों को जेल में भेजा जाता हो। मैं ये यहाँ मैं अपनी तरफ से कुछ नहीं कह रहा हूँ, ये इंडस्ट्रीज डेवलपमेंट एंड रेगुलेशन एक्ट 1951 का पार्ट है। लेकिन और उसका असर ये हुआ, अभी हमारे वक्ताओं ने ये कहा कि हमारी जो शेयर था हमारे ग्लोबल ट्रेड में, हमारे ट्रेड का, वो 2% हुआ करता था जब हम आज़ाद हुए, और 0.5% रह गया जब हम 30 साल हो गए थे आज़ादी के बाद। So this was the state of affair. Then it was said in 1991, oh, we did a mistake. Now we have to do LPG, liberalization, privatization, globalization. Again, we forgot the strength of India, and that is the people of India. We forgot that. और हमने कहा कि जो कुछ करेगा, मैं माफ़ी चाहूँगा अगर हमारे वक्ताओं में से किसी को इस पे ठेस लगे कि जो 1991 के बाद बहुत अच्छी पॉलिसीज़ होंगी, लेकिन क्या इस देश के लोगों पर विश्वास किया गया? नहीं। MNCs पर विश्वास किया गया, विदेशी टेक्नोलॉजी पर विश्वास किया गया, विदेशी पूंजी पर विश्वास किया गया, लेकिन इस देश के लोगों की क्षमता पर विश्वास नहीं किया गया। और उसका असर हमें देखने को मिला कि 2004 से लेकर 2014 के बीच में, जैसे जो ग्लोबलाइजेशन का असर उस समय चल रहा था, जिस समय यूपीए के पीरियड के दौरान हमने टैरिफ्स को 24% एवरेज से घटाकर, वेटेड एवरेज टैरिफ कहते हैं उसको, स्टूडेंट्स के लिए एक बहुत अच्छा अवसर है ऐसी चीज़ों पर रिसर्च करने के लिए, कि 24% टैरिफ से हमने इसको 6% पर लेके आए। उसका असर यह हुआ, आप सब लोग एनुअल सर्वे ऑफ इंडस्ट्रीज का डाटा को देखिए, उस पर रिसर्च कीजिए कि इस दौरान क्या हुआ। इस दौरान हमारे देश में डी इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन हुआ। जो डी इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन हम पढ़ते थे इतिहास में अंग्रेज के शासन के दौरान, वो डी इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन हमारे आज़ाद भारत में इस LPG पॉलिसी के दौरान हुआ। और उसका असर यह हुआ कि हमारे देश में बेरोजगारी, कितनी संख्या में फैक्ट्रियां बंद हुई, वो भी ASI में दर्ज है। कितने लोग अनएम्प्लॉयड हुए, वो भी ASI में दर्ज है। किस प्रकार से मजदूरों की बुरी हालत हुई, वो भी ASI में दर्ज है। 78% was the compensation of employees in 1991, which was reduced to hardly 45% by the year 2017-18. This was the state of affairs of the poor. इस बीच में सबसे बड़ा झटका इस देश को लगा, और हम जानते हैं इस देश की एक खासियत है जो दुनिया में नहीं है। जब अमेरिका में एक टेररिस्ट अटैक हुआ था तो 3 महीने तक उनको होश नहीं आई थी तो करना क्या है। लेकिन हमारे देश में कोविड का अटैक हुआ तो हमने उसी समय ये तय कर लिया कि विदेशियों पर अब निर्भर नहीं रहना है और हमने आत्मनिर्भर बनना है, जिसके बारे में हमारे वक्ताओं ने कहा। वो आत्मनिर्भर नीति जो थी वो कोई सामान्य नीति नहीं थी, उसके लिए हमें दुनिया के साथ टक्कर भी लेनी थी, WTO के साथ भी टक्कर लेनी थी। हम जानते हैं कि वी कांट रियली गिव the production linked incentives under the WTO scheme of things, but we knew that USA has failed to provide for money for the appointment of appellate body, and therefore we took that advantage. हमने कहा कि अमेरिका के पास समय नहीं है, उनके पास पैसा नहीं है देने के लिए appellate body में हम जजेस को अपॉइंट करने के लिए, इसलिए हम इस समय का उपयोग करें। और हमने जो चीन पर, जैसे मैडम ने भी कहा कि API वॉज ए बिग सेक्टर, और अचानक क्या हुआ कि 90% API हम बनाया करते थे, 10% इंपोर्ट करते थे। इसका उल्टा हो गया, 10% हम बना रहे थे, 90% इंपोर्ट करने लगे। किस तरह से, किस कदर हम चीन के ऊपर निर्भर हो गए थे उसकी कल्पना की जा सकती है। केवल यही नहीं था, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, टॉयज, इवन टेक्सटाइल, मशीनरी, सोलर, वी कुडंट इवन स्टार्ट, बट सिचुएशन हैज चेंज्ड नाउ। मैं आप सब स्टूडेंट्स को और प्रोफेसर निधि को भी ये जरूर निवेदन करूंगा कि अपने स्टूडेंट्स को जरूर आप बताएं कि ये 2020 के बाद जो PLI स्कीम आई है, जो आत्मनिर्भर भारत की योजना आई है, उसके बाद कितनी तेजी से निवेश बढ़ा है। हमारे रिसर्चर्स ने अभी पता लगाया है कि देयर इज ए बिग जंप। अचानक जो सारे के सारे हमारे जो कॉर्पोरेट्स थे, they were sitting on the surplus of funds. They were sitting. They had more than 20 lakh crores of rupees with them and they were not ready to invest. एक पैसा इन्वेस्ट नहीं कर रहे थे, लेकिन परिस्थितियां बदली हैं, वो भी निवेश कर रहे हैं और हमारे लोग भी निवेश कर रहे हैं, हमारे छोटे छोटे लोग निवेश कर रहे हैं। हम जानते हैं कि जिस प्रकार से फॉरेन पोर्टफोलियो इन्वेस्टर्स आया करते थे, आते थे और रातों रात गायब हो जाते थे। आने पर हमारा शेयर मार्केट बहुत ऊंचा हो जाता था, जाने पर हमारा शेयर मार्केट बहुत नीचा चला जाता था। लेकिन हमारे देश के लोगों ने जो म्यूचुअल फंड्स में इन्वेस्ट किया है, जो अपनी सेविंग्स को म्यूचुअल फंड्स में डाला है, आज हमारे देश में अगर फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर्स आते हैं तो भी पता नहीं चलता, जाते हैं तो भी पता नहीं चलता। और हमारा जो इंडेक्स है वो पिछले 2 सालों में, 2.5 सालों में 50,000 से बढ़कर 70,000 पहुंच गया है और FPIs के पास कोई ऐसा नुक्ता नहीं है उसको नीचे कर सकें, क्योंकि हमारे डोमेस्टिक इंस्टीट्यूशनल इन्वेस्टर्स आर फिलिंग दैट गैप थ्रू आउट। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस इज द टाइम। We know we missed Industrial Revolution 1 because we were not independent. We missed Industrial Revolution 2 because the government of India was not ready for that. We missed Industrial Revolution 3 because of our wrong policies. Industrial Revolution 3 means the hardware products. We missed that bus. Today, we are amidst Industrial Revolution 4, Industry 4.0. And everybody is understanding. It's not that just I'm saying. No, everybody is understanding and saying so that we are the world leader in payment systems. We are the world leader in space. We are the world leaders in AI. We are going to be the world leader in robotics and drones. Talk anything of technology. We are well within the ring. आज का टाइम हमारा है और ऐसे ही नहीं है कि हम 10 साल पहले जो फ्रेजाइल 5 कहे जाते थे, आज हम टॉप 5 में तो हैं ही, लेकिन आज कोई भी ऐसा व्यक्ति मुझे नहीं मिला जो ये कहता हो कि ये जो बात हम कह रहे हैं कि बाय 2047 वी आर गोइंग टू बी द डेवलप्ड कंट्री ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, आज तक मुझे डिनायल वाले लोग नहीं मिले हैं। ये एक बहुत बड़ी हमारी अचीवमेंट है कि आज हर व्यक्ति के मन में, दिल में एक ही उमंग है, और वो उमंग है कि हमने अपने भारत को 2047 तक न केवल आत्मनिर्भर बनाना है, सबसे दुनिया का सबसे टॉप, दुनिया का सबसे ऊपर का देश बनाना है, जिसकी जीडीपी दुनिया में नंबर 1 होगी। लेकिन यहाँ मैं एक आपको नोट ऑफ कॉशन जरूर देके जाना चाहता हूँ, और हमारे पैनलिस्ट को भी देके जाना चाहता हूँ। बहुत से लोग हैं, बहुत सी संस्थाएं हैं जिनके अपने वेस्टेड इंटरेस्ट हैं। कभी हमें कहते हैं कि आपको भुखमरी बहुत इंडेक्स है, बहुत हाई है आप भुखमरी। कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि ये इकोनॉमिक रेटिंग में आप बहुत नीचे हैं। कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि आपकी इंडस्ट्री जो है अभी इज नॉट रेडी फॉर द डेवलपमेंट। देखिए, जो लोग कहते हैं कि हमारी भुखमरी बहुत ज़्यादा है, वो भुखमरी में पाकिस्तान को हमारे ऊपर रखते हैं, जहां एक आटे की थैली के लिए झगड़े हो रहे होते हैं, जो आपने सोशल मीडिया पे देखे होंगे। वो हमें कहते हैं कि आपकी इकोनॉमिक रेटिंग बहुत ख़राब है। वो AAA+ देते हैं जब अमेरिका डूब रहा होता है, अमेरिका के 2000 बैंक डूब रहे होते हैं, तब उनको AAA+ की रेटिंग देते हैं, और हमें BBB- की रेटिंग देते हैं। मित्रों, इस प्रकार के जो षड्यंत्र हैं, आपने फिल्मों में देखा होगा कि हमारी गरीबी को खास तौर पर दिखाने की कोशिश होती है। मैं यहाँ पर अंत में ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि आज जितने दुनिया के गरीब देश हुआ करते थे, हमारा नंबर अव्वल हुआ करता था, सबसे बड़े गरीब देश हैं, क्योंकि हमारी मल्टी डायमेंशनल पॉवर्टी इंडेक्स वाज 0.283, whereas the global poor countries index was 0.275. Today, their index is 0.202 and our index is 0.069, 1/3 of that. The reason is that we have taken care of the homeless people. We have taken care of the people, those who didn't have LPG connection. We have taken care of those who didn't have the sanitation facilities. Those who didn't have the potable water and electricity. और इसके कारण आज हमारा देश दुनिया में एक मिसाल बना है कि दुनिया में गरीबी कैसे दूर की जा सकती है। दुनिया को हमसे सीखना होगा, दुनिया को हमें सिखाने की जरूरत नहीं है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, Professor Ashwini. As Will Rogers also said, people spend money they haven't earned to buy things they don't want, to impress people they don't like. We have always been a developed nation, yet minimalistic and simplistic, which rest of the countries are aiming to become today. Sir, you held the audience absolutely captivated with your address. Thank you so much, sir. Before we proceed, I would like to take the opportunity to honor Dr. Rajesh Singh, Chairperson, Governing Body, Sri Aurobindo College, and Mr. Sameet Gambhir, CS and Vice President, DCM Shri Ram Limited. To do this, I request Dr. Nishita Gupta to please come up on the dais and felicitate Dr. Rajesh Singh with a token of gratitude. Please give a huge round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Nishita. Next, I request our respected principal, sir, to welcome Mr. Sameet Gambhir with a token of appreciation. Round of applause, please. Thank you so much, sir. Without further ado, I would now introduce our next guest for the session, Mr. Sameet Gambhir, CS and Vice President, Corporate Law, DCM Shriram Limited. Sir is a senior corporate legal, compliance and risk management professional and company secretary with around 35 years of industry experience. He has also done a leadership effectiveness program from IIM Bangalore. His expertise and interest lies in areas such as corporate restructuring, risk management, corporate governance and compliances, and data privacy issues, among others. He is a member of a working group constituted by the Ease of Doing Business section of Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Apart from this, Sir holds honorary membership in several other important committees. Over the course of his career, he has been a recipient of several accolades, including Top In-House Counsel by Forbes India for 2 consecutive years, 2021 and 22. Additionally, Sir has also been acknowledged as the most influential corporate counsel and company secretary by ACOS in 2019. Sir, we are truly grateful for your presence today. Please put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Sameet Gambhir to share his views with the audience.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for having me here. Dignitaries on the dais, students, faculty members. I'm extremely sorry that I'm late here because I got stuck in somewhere. However, after this excitement or this wonderful bhashan of Sir, wonderful speech, and this was really, really fact, I'm feeling very excited now what to speak now, frankly. I got a presentation made here, but I think I got only 10 minutes, so I'll not use my presentation. Kuch dil ki baat aisi kar lete hain. So thank you very much for inviting me here once again. I think what I'm going to talk about is, the topic here is, we're talking about the economic environment, trade and investments. And one of the very important thing in this, what I feel is a sustainable business. So when we talk about a sustainable business, is something that, everyone is looking for today. Now, I'm just going to focus a little bit from sustainable to ESG. Now, all of you know ESG? What does ESG mean? ESG is what? Environment, social and governance. So that's where, this is a very buzzword today. And I don't know why, but this is a very buzzword today and it's a very magic word also. So the history of ESG is that when it started in 2004-05, there was a report by UN, United Nations, that the report was basically who cares wins. And that report was really endorsed by a lot of investment bankers, institutions and all, and everyone agreed to adopt that report, and it was decided that henceforth, whenever we value a company, we'll not value only on the basis of financials, rather we'll value a company or an organization on the basis of non-financials as well. And that's where it started, and the word was coined in 2004. But let me tell you, when we're talking about the sustainable business here, because you and I, what we need, we have seen a lot of growth in our country in terms of business, in terms of trade, in terms of investment. But usko संभाल के रखना है कि नहीं रखना. So sustainability is the key word here. Sustainable business is very, very important. That's what we are looking today. So जब ESG word coin हुआ, तो शुरू के 10 सालों में, I mean, it looked like, is like any other word, any other term we are talking about, tomorrow it will vanish and all, but I'm telling you it's going to stay here now. India ke andar, we have always seen that we have always been the advocate, or we have always been the, talking about the sustainable business or ESG related facts. It was there, always there in India. Agar aap purane businessmen ko dekhenge, they always had a policy of charity, they always had a policy of making temples. हम लोग बोलते हैं धरती हमारी माँ है, जली जीवन है. All these things, it is already imbibed in our culture, which the people are now telling us. But the point is, ESG is creating an awareness. That's very important, I agree. So when this concept was created and it was decided that henceforth the organizations should only be ranked on the basis of non-financial as well, then the race started among the organization. I think this concept is really, really good. Concept is really good, but because what we're talking about, environment, social and governance. And who is better than the corporate or the businessman who can actually do that? But let me just tell you, this environment की responsibility, social की responsibility, governance की responsibility. Governance, we are talking a lot since Enron. Enron के time से we are talking a lot about the corporate governance. ये policies होनी चाहिए, वैसी policies होनी चाहिए. Well and good. When we talk about environment, we have been talking since long about the environment. और हमारे यहाँ इंडिया में तो हमेशा से चलता था कि हम लोग environment friendly हमेशा से हमारे अंदर imbibe किया गया था. But when we talk about environment and we are saying that ESG should be adopted by the organizations, very good. But let me just tell you, it all starts from you and me. At an individual level, it is very important for all of us to understand the sustainable practices. अगर हमें इस वर्ल्ड को बचाना है, इस प्लेनेट को बचा के रखना है, इस सोसाइटी को अपलिफ्ट करना है, the important thing is that something which organization will do, they do because they have got wealth. They can do it effectively. They can do it with the use of people. They can use with the use of resources, technology, anything. But don't you think that you and I are the real person who can actually do it? जब तक हम लोग एक साथ मिलकर इस काम को नहीं करेंगे ना, because we are talking about word as a one. And we are not talking about anyone else, we are giving you something. We are talking about ourselves. Planet belongs to us. हमें अपनी sustainability देखनी है businesses के साथ साथ. कैसे शुरू होगा? You and I have to do it. मेरे को अपनी रोज़मर्रा की आदतें देखनी है, आपको अपने रोज़मर्रा की आदतें देखनी है. Your buying habits, your eating habits, your going habits, and small things. How do you teach your children? How do you teach your kids? And you are a student here because this is the right age for you to do all these things, I think. And therefore, जब UN ने social development goals बनाए, उस social development goals के अंदर जितनी भी चीज़ें हैं, उसके अंदर 4 या 5 social capital की बात करते हैं, and Indians are very good in that. वो social capital की बात करते हैं bonding. अरे हमसे अच्छी bonding किसने की? Indians are very good in doing bonding, linkage, bridging. All these things are here. The only thing is that we need to understand ourselves that this, so much of the world talking about ESG, I am fully advocate of ESG. Though I am ESG investing, I am not talking about because that's something which is very controversial nowadays, and BlackRock has given some statement. People are also backlashing also. So we're not talking about ESG investing as of now. But as a ESG concept is really, really good for the businesses because at least the businesses have now understood what is to be done. They have a guidance, they have a right. The companies are controlled, the companies are regulated also. But unless you and I agree to that, unless you or I involve ourselves, we are not going to change the world. हमें जो प्लेनेट हमारे ऊपर वालों से या हमारे पुरखों से मिला है, क्या वो प्लेनेट हम पास ऑन कर रहे हैं आगे आने वाली जनरेशन के लिए या नहीं, ये हमें सोचना है, मुझे और आपको सोचना है. जब मैं छोटा सा था तो मतलब छोटा सा इन द सेंस व्हेन आई वाज यंग, तो एक बार 20-25 साल पुरानी बात है, एक बार टॉफ़ी खाते खाते कागज़ मैंने गाड़ी से बाहर फेंक दिया. तो मेरे 4 साल के बेटे ने मेरी इतनी डांट लगाई कि आज तक वो काम नहीं किया मैंने ज़िंदगी में. और ये हम सबको सीखना है और हम सबको करना है, और आज की जनरेशन अच्छा जानती है. आई नो दैट you are much more aware than we or our generation. Number 2, when I was young, जब 6-7 साल का होता था तो हमारे यहाँ एयर कंडीशनर तो नहीं होते थे घर में, तो अगर कभी अपने कमरे से बाहर निकले और पंखा खुला छूट जाता था ना, तो डांट पड़ जाती थी पापा से कि यार क्या करते हो तुम, बाहर निकले हो पंखा चल रहा हूँ. कहते क्या पापा अभी ये छोटी छोटी बातों में पड़े रहते हो. But then I realized it's a habit. You have to calculate or inculcate that habit in ourselves. ये चीज़ें जो छोटी छोटी हमारी हैं, यही तो वर्ल्ड बनाती हैं, यही तो पूरी दुनिया बनाएंगी. So therefore we need to adopt these facilities. And आगे आने वाली जनरेशन अगर कल को ये बोल के जाए कि यार ये किस दुनिया में हमें भेजा है जिसके अंदर polluted हवा है, polluted water है, polluted धरती है, and all these things, I don't think it's a good idea because we don't have planet B. Everyone's saying we don't have planet B. Ultimately इसको clean रखना हमारी responsibility है, environment हमारी responsibility है, social की बात हम कर रहे हैं. अगली जनरेशन क्या बोलेगी, मुझे एक छोटा सा 2 लाइन याद आती है. हमारे कृष्ण बिहारी नूर जी हैं, बड़े अच्छे लखनऊ के कवि हैं, सब जानते होंगे सब लोग. उनका ये कहना था, और वो बड़ी अच्छी बात बोलते हैं, तो बोलते हैं और आगे वाली जनरेशन मुझे लगता है कुछ ऐसा ही सोचेगी. बोलते हैं ज़िंदगी से बड़ी कोई सज़ा ही नहीं और जुर्म क्या है ये पता ही नहीं. सो कहने का मतलब ये है कि कल को जनरेशन अगर ये बोलने लगे कि यार ये किस दुनिया में हम आ गए कि हमारा तो जुर्म नहीं है, जुर्म तो हमारे से ऊपर वाले कर गए, दैट्स द बैड. We are not looking for that tomorrow actually. So therefore, environment, planet, all these things are small habits actually can really help. What organizations, world as a whole, UN, industries are doing, they are doing good job. They have been regulated also. Now there is a requirement for listed company to prepare a BRSR report. They are actually doing in our organization, we see whenever there is a business review, we see, ESG में आप क्या कर रहे हो, क्या initiatives हैं. स्मॉल थिंग, हमने एक रिन्यूएबल का प्लांट लगाया, इन्वेस्टर्स आर वेरी स्मार्ट, रिन्यूएबल्स का प्लांट लगाया, मार्केट में थोड़ा सा शेयर प्राइस बढ़ेगा. आई मीन व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से इज इन्वेस्टर आर स्मार्ट, पीपल आर टेकिंग नोट ऑफ दैट, एंड द गुड थिंग आर हैपनिंग इन द ESG सिनेरियो. बट वही अगेन आई एम सेइंग, सिमिलरली ऑन सोशल, हम लोगों से अच्छा, मतलब हम लोग जो जितनी चैरिटी और हम लोग जितना लोगों का ध्यान रखते थे, आई डोंट थिंक वर्ल्ड में कोई और रखता होगा. बट स्टिल वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट दैट. बट क्यों? क्योंकि अभी भी हम लोगों के यहाँ ये प्रॉब्लम है, वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट डाइवर्सिटी, वी आर टॉकिंग अ लॉट अबाउट डाइवर्सिटी नाउ डेज. कंपनी में हम आते हैं, HR पॉलिसी बनी होती है कि यू नीड टू हायर फीमेल, यू नीड टू हायर डाइवर्स कैंडिडेट. बट आर वी टॉकिंग अबाउट इंक्लूसिविटी और नॉट? Inclusiveness is very important. You know, when we talk about the diversity, we need to make sure that they are included, they are inclusive, they are not left behind. महात्मा बुद्ध बोलते थे कि मध्यम वर्ग is उत्तम वर्ग है, you know, मध्यम मार्ग is उत्तम मार्ग. I mean, the idea was that we need to take the people along. You can't say that, you know, I have all the things, but somebody else who doesn't have a thing, you know, I don't care about him. So need to take the people along. So social के अंदर, whether we are talking about LGBTQ, we are talking about diverse candidates, we are talking about handicapped people, we are talking about women, everyone is a human being. I mean, what sometimes I say in my organization, I don't understand gender, frankly. Someone was talking to me, my HR guy was telling me कि sir आपकी टीम में जो resource रखना है, you need a male or female. I said, I don't understand gender यार, I need a resource, I need a human being who can do the work. It doesn't matter who he or she is there. So therefore, this concept, while there we have here in India, we are here in cities, need to be created more. And हम लोग, again, I'm saying, responsibility lies on all of us. हम लोग कितना भी कहते हैं कि हम we are talking about industry, talking about trade, talking about finance, talking about investments, which is there because country की progress, world की progress तो उसी से होगी. But you know, we all have to get together. अगर हम organization के अंदर काम करते हैं तो we also support the organization policy in terms of transparency, in terms of other things. अगर मैं बोलूँगा मेरा HR ही सब कुछ देखेगा और मैं एज ए लीडर या अपनी टीम का कुछ नहीं करूँगा, तो इट्स नॉट गोइंग टू मेक एनी चेंज इन द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. सिमिलरली अगर हम सोचेंगे कि हमारी गवर्नमेंट सब कुछ करेगी या हमारी इंडस्ट्री सब कुछ करेंगी या हम कुछ नहीं करेंगे, इट्स नॉट गोइंग टू मेक चेंज इन द वर्ल्ड, फ्रैंकली. सो देयरफॉर इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस वी हैव स्पोक अ लॉट, बट एट द सेम टाइम दीज थिंग्स रियली इंपॉर्टेंट. ESG में हमने देखा है कि देयर इज अ वर्ड कॉल्ड ग्रीन वॉशिंग. Greenwashing is a problem because in the race of ESG, what the organizations are doing today is कुछ अपनी misreporting कर रही हैं. So therefore, there is a need to regulate those also. The SEBI is doing that. I think as a legal person, because I know that we have a duty to tell the board of directors that greenwashing नहीं और ये नहीं और वो नहीं, वो सब चीज़ें हम करते हैं. But वही again, culture of the organization, culture of the person builds the culture of the organization, culture of the organization builds the culture of the nation, culture of the nation builds the culture of the world. So if we are looking for, as हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर कहते हैं कि we are looking for word as a one, so हमें हर एक आदमी के साथ ये देखना पड़ेगा कि हम क्या कर रहे हैं. At my individual bit, what I am doing, that's very important. दूसरी चीज़ ये है कि जब हम गवर्नेंस की बात करते हैं, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को गवर्नेंस वी हैव बीन टॉकिंग ए लॉट ऑलवेज, बट व्हेन वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट इन्वेस्टमेंट, ट्रेड एंड ऑल, governance has actually played a very, very important role. We have really seen the companies flourishing. Okay, time? Okay. So I think we have always seen that the company flourishing because they have good policies, good governance policy, good social policy, good environment policy. So I think because I've been told to wind up, and I know because I'm sitting between you and your lunch, and I'm really sorry for coming late also, but at the same time, okay, thank you very much. This is with a smiley. Okay. So thank you very much for having me here once again, and I really like the company of all young people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. You rightly put it, everything starts at home. Every micro-level change creates a ripple effect to create a bigger global change. And definitely every step, no matter how baby it is, in the direction of sustainability and inclusivity, it matters. Now I'll take the pleasure to introduce the last speaker for this session, but definitely far from least, Mr. Adish Verma. He's currently Associate Director with CRISIL's Corporate Economics Cell, having more than 15 years of experience in economics research. He has also worked with Tata Group's Economic Department. Along with macroeconomics research, he was also involved in doing sectoral studies of the group's interest, country risk analysis, and provided strategic inputs for various investment projects. Sir, I would like to request you to enlighten our audience with your words. Please put your hands together for Mr. Adish Verma.
A very good afternoon to all of you, and thank you for this opportunity. It has been a pleasure, more so, listening to some of the senior people from the industry and the government, I think, who have been at the forefront of policy making themselves. And since I'm already starting, late in the sequence, and I've been told that I need to wrap it up in 10 minutes, so I'll be really quick here. And it's helpful for me because I think most of the things that I'm going to talk about, I think in some bits or pieces have been touched upon by our previous distinguished speakers. So I think here what I'll do is I'll be using some of the data points to show or touch upon some of the policy aspects or some of the policy objectives that previous speakers talked about in terms of India's international trade. So if you could have my slides up, please. I think Mr. Kumar had talked about how I think India's exports have done phenomenally well post-COVID. We had about 450 billion plus of exports in 2022 and 23. But I think if we look at our exports in global terms, so I think first, if we lay down the global context, I think how big is the global trades market, the left-hand side chart, if we see, we had about 23.5 trillion worth of goods exports in 2023 and 7.4 trillion worth of services exports. So one thing is very clear, that the goods trade market is much larger than the services trade, and that's for the obvious reasons, because services are generally non-tradable in nature. But what is also clear is that the good trades is generally more volatile than services trade, because it depends on the commodity price cycles, which are volatile in nature, whereas services exports are pretty much steadier. And in fact, they have also grown at a faster pace than goods exports in the last about 18 years. Now, India's position, if we see in terms of its share in both goods and services trade, I think what is clear is that we are still lagging behind in the global goods exports. Our share has remained pretty much constant at 1.8% in last more than 10 years. But we have been able to take a leap in services exports. Our share has gone from 2.3% in 2006 to about 4.5% in 2023. If we move ahead, please. And I think this situation, even if we look at in the relative sense, when we compare our trade with other countries, we see that India's goods trade ranking in terms of its share is somewhere around 18 in 2022, the right-hand side table. And China, as we are all very much aware, is at the top, and it has maintained that position. And this position has not changed much. I think another noteworthy thing here in this list is that other than China, the top exporters are all developed economies, except Mexico, I think, which has been one of the rare developing economies which finds place in this list of top 20 exporters. But other than that, it's mostly dominated by the developed economies. But if we see the corresponding situation in the services trade, I think there India has made a good amount of progress, as we just spoke about. In 2022, we had about 4.5% share in global services trade, which was up from 2.3% earlier. But another important thing to note here is that, generally we think of China as the largest manufacturer and exporter in the world. But even in services exports, China has a very big lead. And in fact, it is the third largest services exporter also. And it is essentially to say that a lot of its services are related to its manufacturing exports. So that way, it has a lead even in services exports. But despite the fact that India has been growing pretty fast in terms of its share in services exports, there are other nations also which are, growing faster. And a very good example here is that of Ireland, which has improved its position from 13th rank to the 5th rank in 2022, and share also rising pretty much fast. So I think even though we are doing well, the idea is that we needn't feel complacent because there are other nations, who are also competing along with us to get this world share, the pie of the world services exports. Now, if we look at services, India services share in India's total exports, that has also gone up pretty significantly from about 30% to 45% in 2023-24. And as Mr. Kumar had alluded to, I think the objective of the government is to take this share to about 50%. So when we reach 2030, the 2 trillion export target is expected to be split between 1 trillion goods and 1 trillion services exports. So that is going to be about 50% share. I think what I would also like to highlight, and which is shown in my right-hand side chart, is that we spoke about IT and IT-enabled services being the largest services exports from India, and that is very well known. But if we look at the data carefully, I think in the past few years, there's one more category which has emerged very strong in this space, which is the professional and management consulting space. I think this term that we generally hear, global capability centers, which earlier used to be, talked about in the sense of business process outsourcing units, BPOs. But I think that industry has now become much larger, and I think India is one of the world leaders in that space. And the kind of services that India is providing has also, there has been a level up in those kind of services. Previously we used to just provide some kind of outsource, services, but I think now there has been a lot more R&D work, design work, legal and audit services, those kind of things. I think that has been picking up pace. So I think we have now one more contender in terms of India's, services exports that can take this legacy forward. Going ahead. Yeah, and I think this will be my last slide, and I think it touches upon a very important shift that we have witnessed in terms of India's trading partners. If we look at the share of India's goods exports, since about 2018-19, we have seen that the export share of the APEC region has been coming down very steadily. And whereas the share of US and Europe has been going up. Now, prima facie, this is not a very bad thing because US and Europe are large markets. I think as we spoke about earlier, there has been a focus of increasing our exports to those markets. But I think at the same time, it was also the objective to focus on the Eastern market, Look East policy, which we spoke about. But I think so far that objective seems to be, not getting fulfilled. We are fast losing our share to those countries. And at the same time, if we look at the share of trade deficit of these regions, which is shown in the right-hand side chart, the blue line, I think trade deficit is still rising with those economies, which means we continue to import more from them, but we are not able to export more to them. Now, two aspects of this kind of a trend. One is that why this is happening and why this is something of a concern. Now, in terms of why this is happening, there are a lot of nuances to it, but I think upfront, one big thing that we have seen is that India withdrew itself from RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which is one of the largest multilateral trade pacts in the economy, Asia-centric trade pacts, which covers about 30% of global GDP and 30% of exports. So India is not a part of that bloc, and that bloc came into full force only last year. Now there are chances that when these countries, which are part of this RCEP, start the trade tariffs start coming down among those countries, I think, and the trade and investment synergies further improve. So India can further lose its export share to those regions. So this is something which needs to be corrected, and I think India is taking some steps in that direction by signing a lot of bilateral free trade agreements. And why this is important is that even if we look in terms of the size of the economies, we have US at about 25 trillion size of GDP, Euro area is about 16.6 trillion. But this APAC region as a whole is 31.1 trillion economy. So even from that perspective, and also from the benefit of the region being in your geographic proximity, I think the focus should be, on, trying to improve exports to this region. And this is also the region which is expected to grow faster in the next 10 years as compared to the advanced nations. So I think this is something which is worth taking a note even by the policymakers. So in the interest of time, I'll stop here and pass it back to the team. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for making it so crisp and delightful at the same time. So here we come to conclude the first technical session of the two-day international conference. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to all the distinguished guests for having spared their valuable time and sharing such great ideas with all of us present here. It will surely be a great pleasure for us to listen to you again in our future events. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to our principal, sir, for providing us with excellent platform to interact with such eminent speakers. Thank you, everyone. I would now request everyone to proceed for the lunch. We'll resume for the next technical session at 3 p.m. Students are requested to stay here till the time the guests and the teachers proceed for lunch. Thank you.
Everybody, please be seated. पिलर के पास खड़ी है ना, जो गमले वाले पिलर के पास।
with my dear colleague Dr. Nishita Gupta, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, on behalf of the entire fraternity of Sri Aurobindo College, welcome you all to the second technical session of the two-day international conference. The theme for the session is digital transformation. Digital transformation is a journey, not a destination. Launched in 2015, the Digital India program has become a transformative force, altering the pace of India's growth story, while transforming the country into a digitally empowered society and a knowledge-based economy. This vision is being realized through three key pillars: robust digital transformation, accessible governance, and empowered citizens. India's story of digital transformation is a story of innovation, implementation, and inclusion. India has pioneered innovative digital projects and has ensured digital inclusion with an objective of providing affordable access to digital services to all the citizens.
I again request all the dear students to please be seated and maintain discipline. Digital transformation is not about technology, but about change. With these lines, I request respected dignitaries, Mr. Ashok Sangwan, Ms. Anjali Istiwal, Mrs. Asha Kiran Gupta, and Professor Anjali Bhatnagar ma'am to please take their seats on the dais. I now request Ms. Vandana Munjal to felicitate Mr. Ashok Sangwan, Executive and Delivery Partner, Kyndryl Solution Private Limited, with a token of respect. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you, Ms. Munjal. Thank you, sir. I now request Ms. Priyanka Bedi to felicitate Ms. Anjali Istiwal, Senior Editor and Anchor, TV Today Network, with a token of appreciation. Thank you, Ms. Priyanka. Thank you, ma'am. I request Professor Anjali Bhatnagar ma'am to please take the seat on the dais. अंजलि मैम के साथ स्टार्ट करना पड़ेगा, सो उन्हें ज्वाइन नहीं किया अभी तक। अंजलि मैम को करा दे फिर।
Now, I am delighted to introduce our first speaker for this session, Ms. Anjali Istiwal. Ms. Anjali Istiwal is a journalist with more than 23 years of experience in ground reportage and studio anchoring. Ms. Anjali has been a part of launching teams of two leading media houses, Aaj Tak and NDTV, and is now back with India Today Group for a new innings in the digital sphere. She has reported on multiple state and general elections since 2003 and has headlined many prime-time news shows. She is also the founder of an online community of 1.5 lakh women called Adventure Women India. Though through this online community, she encourages women to step out, be active and travel to gain confidence. This is a soft women empowerment initiative that she began in 2019. We welcome you, ma'am. May I request you, ma'am, to please address the audience.
Good afternoon, all. I'm sure it's very sleep-inducing to have a nice little lunch and then come and listen to people droning on digital transformation. So before I begin what I want to talk about, basically I'll be more concerned about my industry, which is television news and then now digital news. I just want to ask you people, by a show of hand, for my knowledge, if I could know how many of you get your news, if you do get your news or any information, चाहे वो करीना कपूर का तीसरा बच्चा हो या वो PM मोदी का latest promise हो, where do you get it from is what I want to know. So how many get it from traditional television? TV? No one? How many get it from YouTube? Okay, that's about say 1/3, 1/4, very less. How many get it from Instagram? Facebook? Oh, you know what? Facebook is my generation. Even we don't use it anymore. But I love Instagram. Anybody here uses any other platform? If you could educate me. In shorts? LinkedIn for news. Okay, I should use that. WhatsApp University. What else? Link. Mint. Mint is a digital, as in website, internet. Website you're talking about. Mint. Mint, Quint, digital website. Anything else? Twitter. Telegram channel. A lot of international information you can come across, which is banned in a lot of places also, but still. But that's it, I'm assuming. Or is there anything I need to still tap in terms of my work? Podcasts, okay. You are naming websites. These are platforms. See, platforms are, like website is a platform, digital platform. It's a text-based platform. But it's a website. So NDTV also has one, Aaj Tak also has one, everybody has one. So, but I was asking forms. So I think more or less we have all gotten to know. Now I will ask the teachers if they're, I was surprised not even teachers watch TV. Okay. So as my colleague, I have this very esteemed colleague called Nikhil Nas. We were together in Aaj Tak, we were together in Aaj Tak in 2001, and then we were together in NDTV for 10-15 years, and now we are together back in Aaj Tak. And he told me, he said, nobody watches TV, Anjali. It is only for fuddy-duddies. Your father and my father. His father is an Air Force officer retired, my father is an Army officer retired, and he called them fuddy-duddies, and he said, nobody is watching TV other than these people. And I was like, I can't leave television anchoring. It's made me what I am. So that is like something very defining for me, leaving television anchoring as a career and moving to digital. But this happened because I realized nobody is watching TV anymore. That's the power of digital transformation. That is how my media has changed. There was a time when I decided what you should know. What should be the biggest news of the country, I decided it. Actually, with my 10 years of experience, I was the one who decided what a 70-year-old man should know about this country. But today that has changed. If you don't want to know about the farm protests, you don't have to. If you're rather more interested in the cricket happening in the country, you'd rather watch that and get the news for that. Or if you're more interested in what's happening in the fashion landscape, you will access that news. And here the choice has shifted from us, who were the great ones telling people what to watch, to your own hands. This is the power of digital media. And when I say it was a huge decision for me to leave television and move to digital media, you have to understand that most of brand, I don't know how much you guys must be studying about brand value and everything. Most of the brand value that the legacy media carries is huge. Even if you don't watch them, you know what an NDTV is. You know what an Aaj Tak is. You know what a Hindustan Times is. You know what a Times of India is. So the brand value that they carry and the pocket, the power I carry in my pocket, like if I would go to a place and I would say, मुझे यहाँ घुसना है, क्यों भाई? I would pull out my card and say, यहाँ से हैं. तो immediately doors would open. Immediately I would have access to places where nobody had access to. That power was huge. And that brand value still continues. I'm not denying it. But the viewership, and at the end of the day, what everybody works for, the moolah, the revenue, all that is slowly shifting away to digital. There are a lot of journalists who still have the idealism for journalism and would want to still be associated with a newspaper or a magazine or a any other old traditional media. But the truth is, even the biggest stars of television today call us up and say, मेरा वो वाला shorts नहीं डाला, अरे तुम लोगों ने मेरा वीडियो क्यों नहीं डाला, मेरे वीडियो में ये क्यों थंब लगा दिया, मेरे वीडियो में ये वाला टेक्स्ट क्यों नहीं लिखा. Because they know the younger generation is not going to sit at 9 p.m. because Sudhir Chaudhary or a Ravish Kumar chooses to come and talk to the nation at 9 p.m. Or for that matter, Arnab Goswami comes at 9 p.m. and talks to you. No, they will watch that 9 p.m. show when they have the time, on their phones, on their smart TV. Smart TV, nobody is watching TV, that's also digital. Every person watching TV on TV is actually giving revenue to us, the digital arm of the company. These are two different arms. India today earns separately from advertisers. We earn separately from YouTube and other spaces. We have a separate revenue source. So anybody who watches Aaj Tak, let's say, on TV is actually using a smart TV. And the money is coming to us. It's not going to TV. So in another 10 years' time, we are the ones who will be giving the money to television. And digital is going to be the space where every star will want to be. For that matter, very soon you will see Shah Rukh Khan also in a film which is probably made by Netflix. And why not? Because that's where the money is. The disruptors like Netflix. Do you know some of the early ones? Netflix, Hulu. These are some of the big names internationally in media scenario. They have given a run for the money to all the channels. How many of you are watching channels? Is anybody watching any of the Saas Bahu serial on any channel? There's nothing wrong with it. My father watches it. He loves it. But are you anybody watching it? I'm sure nobody's going to put a hand up on that. But yes. So the digital disruptors have completely changed it. This is from the business part of you. But many of you, there is a possibility, some of you might have aspirations to go into media. So I will just tell you this. I'll sort of make it my concluding part because I don't want to bore you for too long. AI is already giving you your news. I'm sorry to tell you this. A lot of times what you're reading is not generated by a human. We are already using ChatGPT, we are already using integrated AI made exclusively for our media companies. We have a AI anchor called Sana, who was introduced by PM Modi in one of our conclaves. I have another AI anchor who has a very nice Latin American accent, and I use it for my show which I write every day on international affairs called Buzz, and I let him anchor that. So he has a nice accent and it appeals to the international audience as well. So they don't mind getting their news from an Indian channel as long as there is an accent to it. So there we are tapping another vast audience. But what I'm trying to say is AI is going to be the big game changer, is already the big game changer. But AI, you have heard it a million times, and I'm going to say it because I'm saying it from experience. AI cannot replace the ingenuity of human mind. So as I was talking to one of your professors earlier, and I was telling her that I run a community of 1.5 lakh women called Adventure Women India, where we talk about travel. And I write articles for it. And I've used ChatGPT. जब शुरू में आया था, मैंने paid subscription लिया, $23 I was paying per month. And I started using it. And I realized in a while, it would write the same article again and again, the same tone. Just the facts would be changed. तो शिमला के बारे में जो खूबसूरती बयां की जा रही है कि ये कितनी सुंदर वादियां हैं, ये है, वो है, उसका ऑल्टीट्यूड इतना है, उसकी इतना ओल्ड क्वेंट टाउन फील है, वही चीज़ वो कसौली के बारे में भी लिख रहा है. सेम लैंग्वेज, जस्ट चेंजिंग द ऑल्टीट्यूड, जस्ट चेंजिंग द स्टेट्स नेम, जस्ट चेंजिंग द नेम ऑफ द प्लेस. So the language, the emotion was templated. It was the same thing again and again. So that's where a person who's gone to Kasauli and a person who's gone to Shimla, or a person who's gone to both the places, will write differently. And that's where, if you put in that extra effort to express that human ingenuity, human feeling, flavor, that is where you will differentiate yourself from AI. Otherwise, AI is there to take your jobs. And that job is not just media. Lawyers, researchers, teachers, scholars, name it. Even marketeers maybe, and salespeople, I don't know, maybe. So yes, the digital transformation is massively changing the world. It's great that you people are accessing all the latest platforms, but it would be even greater if they don't rule you and you rule them. So use them instead of consuming them. Don't get consumed by them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your expertise and eloquence have truly enriched our event, providing us with valuable perspectives and stimulating discussions. We are immensely grateful for the depth of knowledge and experience you have shared with us, which contributes to the success of the conference. We are honored to have with us Mr. Gopal Krishnan GSS, Segment Head, Major Markets TCS with us. Sir had an important engagement due to which he couldn't be with us physically, but we are immensely grateful for Mr. Gopal to have managed to spare some time and connect with us remotely. We symbolically welcome and honor Sir through an e-bouquet. Thank you.
I can't hear.
Okay, so sir, we will just like to introduce you. It is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce our distinguished speaker, Mr. Gopal Krishnan GSS. Mr. Gopal currently serves as the Segment Business Head, Major Markets North America at Tata Consultancy Services. In his capacity, Mr. Gopal spearheads the go-to-market strategy for the education and technology-led division domain across the entire geography of North America, with a particular emphasis on the United States and Canada. His extensive tenure in the industry has equipped him with invaluable experience, having led various business units and shouldering responsibilities ranging from product management to strategic consulting, innovation, profit and loss management, and business strategies. A seasoned veteran in the industry, Mr. Gopal is deeply committed to the digital transformation of organizations. As an education evangelist, he has been sought after to share his insights on topics concerning the evolving education sector at numerous prestigious forums, and institutions worldwide. Mr. Gopal holds significant roles as a governing board member, advisory board member, leadership mentor, and advisor in prestigious institutions and business schools such as Xavier's Institute of Management, ICFA University, Sri Sri University, to name a few. His exemplary contributions have been recognized through numerous awards, including the Pride of Orissa Excellence Award by Rotary International, Tata Innovista Award for Promising Innovation. Mr. Gopal has an illustrious academic background with an MTech degree from Birla Institute of Technology and Sciences, Pilani, and an MBA from Xavier's Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar. Mr. Gopal is a chartered engineer from the Institution of Engineers and has been honored with a fellowship in engineering from the Indian Institute of Engineers, the Institute of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers, and the International Scientific Research Organization for Science, Engineering and Technology. In light of his illustrious career and extensive contributions to the field, I humbly invite Mr. Gopal Krishna GSS to address our esteemed audience. Please join me in welcoming him with a round of applause. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Can you hear me and can you see me?
Yes, sir. You're audible and visible.
Visible. Okay, thank you so much. I was not able to hear you. Only last portion only able to hear. Maybe some sound challenge or something. So I'm going to talk about, before that, can my presentation be brought on screen, please? So in the meantime, the presentation will come. Okay.
We are not displaying. You can share. You can screen share.
No, I am unable to share because the moment I am sharing, it is not, it is not getting shared. It says can't share your screen. Is there any other platform you have, whether Teams or Zoom?
Sir, we have given you access.
You have Teams?
We have given you access to share the screen.
I'm not. You are not very clear what you said, ma'am.
Sir, we have given you the access. You can share the screen.
Okay, let me try again.
Yes, sir.
No, it is same. It is saying you don't have access. I'm trying to share the window as well as entire screen. Neither of that it is taking.
Sir, your screen has been shared. You can now start with the presentation also. Screen is shared now.
Yeah, just a second.
Sir, we are able to see your screen. You can open your PPT. We are able to
can.
see your screen.
Can you see now?
Screen is visible. Just open the PPT.
Yeah, I opened my PPT and I put a PowerPoint mode. Can you see the PPT now?
Sir, PPT is
My
not
PPT.
visible. Screen is visible, but it's a black.
Is it visible?
Sir, PPT is not visible.
Because my PPT is open here.
Your screen is visible, but PPT is not there.
Okay. There must be some, because I can see multiple screens here.
Sir, we may request you if you can proceed without PPT. We can hear you. We will be delighted to hear you.
Sorry?
Sir, if there is problem in sharing the PPT, can you please proceed without PPT? We will be delighted to hear from you.
Sure. So that's better actually.
Yeah.
So then what we will do is I will just speak out. So that is good. So good. Thank you very much. So I'm actually not presenting now any PPT and all. So I'm only going to speak out, right? Is that fine?
Yes, sir. Yes, perfectly all right, sir.
Yeah. So, okay. So I'm audible, right? I'm audible and visible.
Yes, sir. You are audible and visible.
Okay. Thank you very much. So good evening and good morning to all. It is my privilege to be part of such an event, talking on digital transformation, where you have organized a fantastic theme on international, your conference on G20 and envisioning India as a global leader. So thank you very much for inviting me. I am very thankful to Sri Aurobindo College, University of Delhi, and all the members of the committee who has done such a wonderful job for conducting this international conference. So the digital transformation, when we talk, so it actually has two connotations. Basically, when we see this, this we can see in two ways. One is a pre-pandemic era, that is COVID-19, and post-pandemic era. This, if you see, pre-pandemic era, when we used to talk about a digital transformation, it was only limited to, I think, some background noise. People are talking. If that can be stopped, that would be good. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. So pre-pandemic and post-pandemic. Ma'am, there are a lot of people are talking. If we can mute. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for all these technical glitches. Sometime when we talk about digital, these kind of things we face if we are not prepared well beforehand, right? So digital transformation, as I was talking about that, pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, I actually divide both into two aspects. One, pre-pandemic, when we used to talk about any kind of using a digital tool or transformation, a lot of hesitation and a lot of apprehension used to be there. And digital, when we used to talk about digital, and we used to talk about something to do with digital. So it is something to create documents and PPTs into PDF and upload and share. This is what transformation we used to talk about. And beyond that, then there was a lot of resistance when we used to go beyond using this. And we used to abuse and use in a different connotation about digitization, digitalization, and a digital transformation without really knowing how we should go about that. But I will say that the pandemic actually has made a very different stride on entire thing, and the world underwent on a plastic surgery post-COVID-19 pandemic, right? So this pandemic, COVID-19 did to a world what actually happens when we get ill, when we are not well, actually. When we are not well or when we get ill, it changes our body, our immunity, our entire immune system, our strengths, our thought processes. The entire transformation takes place in entire body when we are not well, right? So actually, I'm going to use some medical term, and I'll take liberty here to use these terms so that, you know, I'll try to put my perspective much better. Before that, I want to put some disclaimers. I have actually written in my PPT, which I actually wanted to share with you people. The views, whatever I'm expressing is personally of my own. And all the data, what I'm talking about, I have not done any copyright infringement, and all this data which I'll talk going forward is taken from a public domain, and IPs are of a respective owners. So when I talked about this entire world has gone on a plastic surgery mode, so in the early pre-COVID-19 pandemic, the enterprise leaders, institution leaders quickly realized they have to change the way the organization did business, especially with the advent of employees working remotely, existing business processes, and even former business models had to adopt to a new normal, which we call a new normal, right? Where the bulk of operations involving employees, partners, vendors, stakeholders, customers, basically all of them, they met, discussed, talked, worked, literally virtual platforms, using different virtual platforms. That is a time when we realize that actually technology is piggybacking on information and communication technologies, all the tools. So when COVID-19 blew up, companies finally recognized the importance of digital transformations, transitions to continue having trusted interactions with consumers through digital channels. We are now in a post-pandemic era. I mean, almost 3 years is over, where the digitalization is no longer a nice to have, but must have process for institutions that want to survive in the ever-changing market. When we see digital transformation in industry, and when we see this entire transformation took place in Industry 4.0, not only did world undergo plastic surgery, but also many transplants took place from traditional proven ways of manufacturing, servicing, doing businesses. Now the onus and priority of leveraging digital tools and technologies become very, very critical. If you see Industry 4.0, we talk about a lot of things on Industry 4.0, but few things I'll touch base on mobile devices. Today, our life is actually, mobile become a handheld devices become our heart. We thought we can forget anything, but we cannot forget our mobile device, because with this device only we do everything. We are actually right from financial transaction, right from interacting with the people, right from communicating with stakeholders, using social media, business medias, and all these things, mobile become an integral part of our life. If we see cloud transformation or cloud computing or using cloud, over the years, it becomes a hygiene factor for large enterprises. And now it becomes a hygiene factor for small enterprises as well, where using cloud, we change from on-premise to cloud, where anywhere, anytime, it is scalable, secure, and we can store the data. and we can use the data, we can massage the data as and when required, right? And one more aspect which I want to touch on Industry 4.0, there are a lot of things, 3D printing, IoTs, and so on and so forth, big data, AR, VR, parallel reality, and so on and so forth. Smart sensors, and all of us, we are experiencing when we travel any part of world, like I am in East Coast of US, whether any part of US I travel or any part of India we travel, when we go in highways, a toll, earlier days we have to actually stop, we have to pay, take out cash, pay money, get the change. And you know, in that entire thing, moving in one vehicle, it used to take a lot of time. Today, just the sensors get activated, it scans your barcodes and it directly links with your bank accounts and they get debited, and just within fraction of seconds, all this activity happens, and that's, you just move on. Go to airport, that DG Yatra, India, very implemented such a great way that any of the airports, whether we go to Mumbai, Delhi, Hyderabad, Bangalore, any of the airports, you just walk in, it scans your face because it's actually connected with your Aadhaar and database is already there, and you upload boarding pass in your DG Yatra app. Just walk in without having any hassles. This has changed really the way what we used to think about the digital transformation. Another aspect which I want to touch upon is the data. Data, all of us, we know that recent past become a oil for us. It's very, very, very expensive, very important, and it becomes the central part of our entire ecosystem. But I must say it's a blood circulation for us. The world's internet population continues to grow significantly year over year, right? And this generates a lot of data. If you see every 1 minute of the day, if you see the data, and you will just
like Gopal was talking about Digi Yatra. How many people know about Digi Yatra? Okay, few people know about. If you'll go to airport, then there is a single window system, we can say, in terms of the Digi Yatra, which is a platform created, which is having a database when you are database of the passengers. Okay, their UID number, I think it is integrated nowadays, and basis on that one, the passengers going through a specific route, and it is saving a lot of time of the passengers. So how this integrations happened? So integration between lot of technologies, it is happening, it's having a journey. First, we will talk about like there may be a business requirement, business decisions, strategic decisions of any organizations. Okay, basis on that one, the integrations happen. I will give you another example of airport only. I have exposure of airport for 4-5 years. I manage that one, the operations, IT operations I am talking about, not a actual operations which is related to a aircraft operations or maybe a airlines operations or maybe a ground handling operations. I am talking about the how it is integrated. I'll give you an example of, you can search later, okay. There is a CDM, airport CDM, airport collaborative decision making is a platform which is used by, and it is integrated with lot of platform like ATC. ATC, you know, air traffic controller. ATC also accessing that platform, pilot also accessing that platform, ground handling agencies on behalf of airlines. Airlines also accessing, fueling agency. When the aircraft park in a bay, there is a electricity supply required, there is a cooling required, and fueling also required. Okay, and it is also integrated with the airport operators. They are having their platform. Okay, they need to decide on the slots where the aircraft to be parked, in which gate it should be. Okay, the departure time, arrival times, their flight schedule we are talking about. So everything is integrated. Every agency know that one, this aircraft, so and so aircraft will land on this respective runway and will reach to that ABC bay. And then fueling agency, cooling agency, electricity agencies, ground handling to pick the baggage, like baggage handling systems also there. So everything is, we can say, integrated. So that is a good example of, we can say, digital transformation. Everything is integrated nowadays. I was giving an example of your order to cash, like how it is happening actually. A lot of agencies are involved in that one, maybe a logistic agency, your organizations, then customer is also involved, you are using a mobile applications, how the request is going. So those lot of API based integrations, lot of applications integrations happen so that the transaction should happen real time. Same thing when you will join any organization or a corporate, if you are part of a finance team, then you will see how invoicing will happen. Then how you will recognize the revenue. Basis on the invoicing, when you get the money from your client, your customer, correct, they paid you. It is all happening online nowadays. They are having vendor portals. You are uploading invoice in the vendor portal. If you are managing a customer, the vendor will upload their invoice in their portal itself, correct. Then they process their invoice. It's all integrated nowadays. It's not manual like earlier. We faced that we have to take a print, did a stamp and deliver the invoice at the client location. Then they pay through check or maybe demand draft kind of concept, then drop the demand draft in the bank. So it's gone now. It's all integrated nowadays and it's a part of digital transformation itself. How you can make a system, or we can say now how you can make the process simplified across the organizations. I will give you one more example of like in automotive, like how if there is a part center, so how it is happening, how it is integrated end to end. Part center, anybody hear about part center? Like you hear about genuine part, you seen something, if you are having vehicle, if you are replacing a part, so you use like your dealers or maybe service centers, they are using the parts. Like you are using a Maruti car or maybe Honda car or maybe a bike. So you are going, your car, you are going for a repair and they are replacing the parts. So they will use a genuine part kind of thing. So how that service, the dealer or maybe the service provider, the partner of that organizations getting the parts. What is the whole process? So they are ordering to the organizations online. Then basis on the order, it's online only. They get the order in their systems because it is integrated. Either they are using their systems or they are using their developed applications. So they raise the order, it will reflect in their system, and basis on that one, they see what kind of demands coming from across India. Because they are having a list of dealers, they are having a big dealership or maybe service centers, and lot of demand coming in a way to their organizations. Now they are also, they are not manufacturing those parts, correct? They are having their vendors or partners. Now they need the spare from their the different vendors. So how it is happening? Then what is happening? The vendors' systems is also integrated with their warehouse management softwares, and their warehouse management software is integrated with ERP solutions. Then there may be a dealer management solutions. So there are a lot of integrations. Like vendor, the vendor got a order from the organizations that you need to supply so and so parts. They got the order in their systems. Basis on that, they will raise an invoice, the delivery challan will be issued, and there will be an e-way nowadays.
Journey filled with enlightening discussions, profound insights, and invaluable contributions from our distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and all participants. I request all of you to please maintain decorum of the hall and be seated.